Roblox probably come to mind. Microtransactions like V-Bucks and Robux have long been associated with these games as well. Some can make the argument that free-to-play games aren't that bad, and most people just spend the same amount of money on paid games anyways. But as someone who's spent over $300 on Fortnite over the years, yeah, not proud of that, it's definitely the most I've ever spent on a video game. And while the last video just had me playing some free games and having fun with it, this time I really want to go into detail about the monetization of free-to-play, or as I'm once again calling it, free-to-pay. And look, there's a little 2 as well, as while these games are more accessible than ever, they're also more profitable than standard releases from a business perspective. I'd say the origins of free-to-play all started with the shareware of the early 90s. It was basically a game demo, which you'd only be allowed to run for a specific amount of time at once, before being forced to either restart or go out and buy the full version. This was effective as a demo, as the potential player base It was basically a game demo, which you'd only be allowed to run for a specific amount of time at once, before being forced to either restart or go out and buy the full version. This was effective as a demo, as the potential player base could get a feel for the game before paying full price for it. A much better system than what was common at the time, buying the game solely based off of the cover, where the actual game could turn out to be horrible, and players would have an overall worse experience because of it. This was especially bad on early consoles, when game covers looked nothing like the actual games. But even then, this is less free to play and more like free to try, a game demo, or a demo disc, rather than an actual game. But a major innovation would be made many years later by Valve. While they're often praised for their innovations in FPS game design, virtual reality, and digital game stores, something I don't see being talked about nearly as often is their pioneering of the free-to-play games model. While free-to-play games existed before, Valve would be the ones to really usher in a new era. Team Fortress 2 was released in October 2007 with a price tag of about $20, or $50 if you got it from its inclusion in the orange box. While the game itself also contained a ton of innovations, pretty much establishing class-based FPS multiplayer games as a subgenre, its business model was pretty milquetoast. But this would all change in May 2009, when hats were added into the game. And with the launch of crates in September 2010's Manconomy update, the game would make more money than ever before. Unusual hats with special effects and particles were added into the game. And with an introduction to a community market, where hats, crates, weapons, taunts, and paints could be sold for however much the seller chooses to, it created an entire player economy pretty much overnight, in which rare and unusual items with special visuals would be worth more money, and less desirable items could be purchased for cheap. This system was so successful that they actually cut the price from TF2 entirely less than a year later, as the game ended up making more money from microtransactions than it did from game sales. I think it's safe to say they've made the right decision. For what it is, I think this is the best approach for microtransactions, as most things you spend money on are purely cosmetic, with it being entirely possible to both play and win for free, unless you want to talk in the chat. Because of the influx of bots, there are now 2 versions of a TF2 account, a free-to-play and a premium. Basically, if you haven't spent money on the game, then you can't play the game more effectively, since team communication makes planning easier and leads to some of the funniest moments. Because of the effectiveness TF2's system had, CSGO was launched a few months after TF2 went free, and due to its overwhelming success, Valve made the new game free as well. This one follows a very similar system, but with a lot more varieties in weapon wear and specific patterns. This means that prices could become higher and higher, and boy they did. The most expensive TF2 item is the Burning Flames Team Captain, with an estimated value of $15,000. To compare, the most expensive CSGO item is a factory new case-hardened blue gem karambit, and if you couldn't understand all that, it's basically a really nice looking knife. The owner was offered $1.5 million for it, only for the owner to turn it down because the price was too low. So while these 2 games cost the same price up front, which is nothing, the latter is a whole lot more profitable. And I know some more experienced Counter-Strike skin buyers are questioning how Valve is making money off of these trades, since since they make no direct profit from that. Well, that's because of the amount of loot boxes opened by people actively trying to get something of a similar value. But because of all the specific factors, getting an identical or more valuable knife might as well be impossible. But that's not stopping players from trying. Oh yeah, this game also has a community store. But while these monetization methods have been working for Valve, they came up with an entire new one in another game by them, Dota 2. Dota is the first game to have established a battle pass, known at the time as the International 2013 Interactive Compendium. And while I wasn't able to see it firsthand because I was a little late, looking at archives of the first compendium, it wasn't really that comparable to a battle pass. It allowed players to make predictions on esports, and would even unlock some select exclusives through the tier system, which are tied to monetary stretch goals. However, it was very different from what we describe today as a battle pass. While there's both a paid and free tier set to limited time to induce the fear of missing out. The next year, more battle pass elements would begin to take form, with challenges giving special compendium points for players to progress through 100 levels, giving out exclusive items, all for only $10. Starting to sound a little more familiar. 2016 was when the term Battle Pass would finally be used to replace the compendium. The thing that made these passes better than, say, loot boxes, which Dota also has, is how much you're getting for what you pay for. Buying characters, on the other hand, is expensive and can possibly lead to a direct advantage if the character's high on the tier list. Late that next year, the Battle Pass would see its most famous modern appearance in Fortnite Battle Royale, which would further cement it as a profitable source of income for free games. Something cool it did was give the players an amount of V-Bucks in both the free and paid Battle Pass, allowing players to only pay $10 for every Battle Pass, so long as they play the game and use the Battle Pass V-Bucks on the next one when it comes around. This free versus paid design also seems to have been created by Epic, and is the first thing many think of when the term Battle Pass is brought up. And in Fortnite, this is paired with the much more lucrative method, the item shop, where players can spend big dollars on singular skins. While its main purpose is to make money directly, it also serves a side purpose of encouraging people to buy the Battle Pass. Why spend $20 for one skin when you can spend $8 to buy a Battle Pass with 100 tiers, including multiple skins you could only get for a limited time? While the game has numerous avenues for making money, the silver lining is that, by all intents and purposes, the game still stays equal to all, not giving any direct advantages. All of the games mentioned so far follow a similar pattern of microtransactions in order to buy items. This next game takes things to quite the extreme. I want to talk about the most popular free-to-play games around, Roblox. Love it or hate it, for me it's closer to the latter. The system around Roblox is pretty genius, but also potentially scummy. Roblox isn't a free-to-play game, but a free-to-play platform, where different developers create different experiences, with the profits of the young developers being split with the platform. I'm not sure how scummy of a choice this is on the company's part, because I couldn't find an exact percentage of how much they take, but other creators have made videos on that specific thing. No. What I'm gonna point towards is show how greedy some of these games can be. I'm sympathetic for the Roblox game devs to a degree. Get your bag or whatever. But at the very least, I want to see some actual effort put into a game instead of just copying some levels to make an obby or escape game, and spam pop-up ads to get little children to pay for random items in games they'll never touch again. Alternatively, you can get things from the cosmetics store, like me. What can I say? I thought the emoji was funny. So far, we've had free-to-play games using various types of monetization schemes, like microtransactions, loot boxes, skins, etc. But for our last game, let's take a look at something that doesn't have any monetization. Objectively the best for the player, but the worst for the developer, at least from a financial standpoint. Undertale was a pretty great game, its main draw being the multitude of endings and free
after removing it in a face reveal last year in a moment the entire internet seemed to have an unhealthy obsession with. A video titled "Bye" from Dream has been posted in a reference to the countless comments on his physical appearance. Dream finds himself joined by fellow streamers who tell him he's ugly and pretends to put on a mask that covers his whole head forever.
Am I that ugly?
Yes.
Just put it.
Coinciding with the deletion of his original face reveal, "Hi" from Dream. It's pretty clear the whole thing is a joke, but the video has received almost 5 million views and sent online drama tabloids into a meltdown. Seriously, this guy seems to have his entire life debated constantly, with far more people caring about his every single move, whether they love him or hate him, than should be logically possible. Even by making this very video, I am adding to the media circus, as critical as my words can be toward those who care whether he wears a mask or not. The thousands of memes and other online phenomena generated by the presence of this one person who plays Minecraft feels surreal. Part of this consistent speculation is his fast rise to fame. Dream initially turned heads simply because he was one of the fastest growing YouTubers, which is a surefire way to attract mass criticism and love simultaneously. That being said, I wonder if Dream will eventually end up like PewDiePie, who went through a similar roller coaster of being beloved, then absolutely hated.
PewDiePie here. PewDiePie!
Then, as he matured and so too did his audience, he became an internet icon. It's pretty clear the video Dream released is simply an attempt to own the many comments on his appearance, and perhaps him acknowledging this and making it part of his own lore will help mitigate the floods of speculation. However, many have taken it as verbatim and not as a joke, claiming that he's been bullied so hard that he wants to hide himself away. It actually gives a sense of existential dread to know that this person's every move is carefully scrutinized and interpreted by an audience of millions. Sure, one could argue that celebrities have always had to do this, and that this is the price for their millionaire fortunes. However, what makes social media celebrities different is that they are required to interact directly with their rabid audience, unlike traditional celebrities of the past who mostly operated behind a PR curtain. It's incredible how much the game has changed, as the popularity of influencer culture has actually completely changed the modern celebrity landscape as well, as they are now also expected to take part in social media interactions to keep their huge audiences. In short, Dream putting the mask back on feels like such a non-event that it has become a massive event, one that perhaps seems to matter to a lot of people right now, but will ultimately be forgotten in a year's time. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let me know in the comments below.
And remember, like and subscribe. Or else.
What's up, everybody? I am Seth Macy.
And I'm Stella Chung.
The past few days have been jam-packed with big video game announcements and reveals, and hopefully, that continues today during the Xbox Extended Showcase.
Yeah, I have my fingers crossed for that one. But that's not all that's happening today. We have a very special Summer of Gaming edition of Game Scoop coming out to the countdown of the showcase. And before that, we'll take a closer look at some of the games from yesterday's Ubisoft Forward presentation.
Right now, the developers of Hyperlight Breaker dropped by to give us a Hyperlight breakdown.
That's good.
Of the upcoming sequel. But first, let's get you up to Hyperlight speed. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. Here is the newest trailer.
In 2016, Hyperlight Drifter took players to a gorgeous, colorful, and brutally challenging world, and this year, it's getting a sequel that will add a whole new dimension. Here to tell us all about Hyperlight Breaker, I'm joined by Heart Machine's Alex Preston. Welcome.
Hello.
So, big changes for the sequel here. Hyperlight Drifter, top-down pixel art, action RPG. Going for the sequel, you're going procedurally generated open world roguelite. Is it because Drifter, it just seemed too easy? You needed to look for a real challenge this time.
Yeah, that was it. You know, we didn't have enough challenges in our lives. No, you know, this is kind of like all the things that been thinking about what we would do as a follow-up to Drifter, like things that came to be, you know, things that didn't, you know, you leave a lot of stuff on the chopping block when you make a game at the end of the day. And also, like, what would we want to see and fulfill in this world that's different than the last time around, rather than trying to make the same thing again, or even just make a straight sequel. So this is more in like the vein of, or part of the universe of Hyperlight, rather than a straight sequel in itself. And there's a lot of opportunity to do a wide variety of things in a world this robust and lively. So
tell us, this is it's a procedurally generated roguelite. Tell us what a typical run in Breaker is like. Does it begin here in this hub world that we're seeing?
Yeah, you go back to your hub world. You know, you'll have this cool hotel lobby, and you can change out your characters. You'll unlock new characters, new gear, upgrade your new gear, and ultimately, you'll go out on these runs, and every time you go out on a run, it's a brand new open world. So think about the idea of like, well, what if I only had one chance at this open world and then I never saw it again? And that's the whole idea behind like an infinite amount of open worlds, is that you will never see that world again once you're done with it / die in it. So that's kind of the big bold.
Ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners. And best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
One of the biggest surprises to come out of the was, of course, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six versus Raving Rabbids Infestation. It's a 6v6 asymmetrical competitive multiplayer experience where one team plays as elite tactical operatives. They're tasked with eradicating the mischievous vermin that have infested the walls of best-selling author Tom Clancy's Cape Cod vacation home. It's lovely there, by the way. The other team, of course, is those lovable rabbits who must lay as many eggs as possible in the walls of the novelist's palatial summer house before Memorial Day weekend.
What a game. Up next, we have an exclusive look at the 3 new maps included in the Season Pass, which will have Rainbow Six and the Rabbids duking it out in the other writers' retreats, Clive Cussler's Colorado Ski Chalet, Elmore Leonard's Dude Ranch, and Stephen King's Rumpus Room of the Damned.
That's a spooky rumpus room. Okay, no, but seriously, here is a breakdown of Star Wars Outlaws.
The scoundrels are running the galaxy.
If I want to survive, I have to play their game.
Ubisoft Massive finally revealed its Star Wars game, Star Wars Outlaws, and followed up with the first gameplay footage. Strap in because there are a lot of cool details, and we can't wait to see how those will play out when the game is released in 2024. With both the announcement trailer and gameplay trailer out, we looked at both to see what secrets we could find hidden in the upcoming Ubisoft Star Wars game. So stick around to see our discoveries.
You're gonna have to trust me. It'll be dangerous, risky. But if you pull this off, you'll never look over your shoulder again.
Star Wars Outlaws is, as the name suggests, about the underbelly of the galaxy. You play as Kay Vess and her alien buddy Nyx are just trying to make their way through the galaxy one legally dubious job at a time. She's even introduced playing the favorite game of the underworld, Sabacc, which I hope is a minigame in Outlaws. Driving home this point is how we even see Jabba the Hutt in his iconic frog bomb receiving Han Solo carbonite delivery from this Amazon driver, firmly placing Star Wars Outlaws between The Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. This is a time period that we haven't seen explored since 1996's Shadow of the Empire. We learned that there are several crime syndicates vying for power in this era of the Empire, including the Hutts, Pikes, and the new Yoshida clan. One member of the Yoshida clan is seen cutting down a Sulistan with a vibroblade, though it's unclear if they have any relation to Sarko Plank, an alien from the same species. You might remember Plank from The Force Awakens, but also in the comics.
All troopers, we have reports of a fugitive in Georgia's Hope. Move to apprehend.
At the end of Ubisoft's gameplay reveal for Star Wars Outlaws, it was revealed that the game will have a reputation system similar to games like Grand Theft Auto and Red Dead Redemption. It looks like depending on the player's decisions, Kay can make it through dangerous encounters safe, or find herself with a wanted tag that will have the Imperials on her tail.
Let's just relax.
At least until she can lose them by hiding out on some other planet.
We need to leave.
Yeah, no kidding.
In terms of combat, Star Wars Outlaws is keeping it familiar with an open-world third-person perspective. Kay is able to approach situations in a myriad of different ways, whether that's by sneaking up on bad guys,
Hang on tight, little buddy.
creating diversions thanks to her helpful alien sidekick, or just blasting through battered guys with guns ablazing. One thing we haven't seen is Kay talking her way out of situations other than in cutscenes, so perhaps negotiations aren't her strong suit.
The negotiations were short.
Hey.
Looking a little closely, Nyx isn't just a fuzzy companion. During combat, Nyx can either create distractions, perform tasks like push buttons, or straight up attack guards if need be.
Hey, Nick!
Nyx is like a cross between Cal Kestis' droid BD-1 and the drones in Watch Dogs.
Get off my ship, Jalen.
Give me a chance.
In the announcement trailer, Kay meets up with Jalen, who sounds like he has a job for our heroine, a
every guy here smokes their balls.
You're from California, don't you?
You said what?
What's the average pH level you be seeing on most women?
The average pH level would have to be crawfish. If I lined up,
dude, unironically, yes, dude. The girls on Tinder, unironically, I bring them over. It smells like rank shit in my room for at least a day. I don't know why pH level.
So you know what I tell girls? I say, please do a bang and sniff. They said, what's a bang and sniff? I said, when you bang and sniff, because you should know before we actually interact if there's going to be seafood or garbage or something of this.
I didn't fucking think of this.
Wait, low tier Darius, how often, like out of 10, how many women are you coming across that have a pussy you wouldn't put your face in?
Dude, I'm telling you right now, I legit, I don't have sex with any girl, but it always fucking stinks. Legit, it always fucking stinks in my bed.
Where are you picking up women? For me, it's like 0.5 out of 10.
Thanks, bro. For like 2 to 3 days. It's not because of my bedroom. It's legit because of the women I have in, and the smell wafts.
Are you sure? Are you sure that you just don't like the smell of vagina?
Dude, if you think the smell of vagina, this has been out for a week. If you think this has been out for a week, if you think the smell of vagina smells like fish, you are fucking fucked, Destiny. I'm so sorry, bro. That's not how vagina smells. I've smelled good vagina before. Does not smell like that.
Good vagina tastes like honey.
Thank you! Oh my fucking god! Dude!
When you eat a good vagina, it tastes like you just cracked open a fresh thing of honey and just poured it on your tongue. You're just, You ever like go to eat a pussy, right?
I feel like poo there.
All right, here's the thing. You ever go to eat a pussy, right? And you're kind of alarmed at first. So you crack her legs open and you go down there and you're surprised that there's no scent. And so you take a taste and you're like, damn, this shit is sweet. And so you go, right before you dive in.
God, nobody in this fucking chat gets it. Dude, I'm being dead ass fucking, dude. This is why I was in love with Hannah. Chat, if you chat can fucking understand this, but like I'm telling you right now, that was like a fucking miracle. That was like crazy. I don't know if she was 19 years old or whatever, because she didn't have sex or whatever. But that was the best vagina I've ever tasted in my life.
Come on, bruh. Depends on what a woman eats too. Depends on what she drinks. It depends on what she. It's a bunch of shit that plays into a woman's pH.
Wait, low tier, I got a question for you. For somebody that cares so much about hygiene, but I heard that you piss in the fucking sink. Do you still do that?
So here's my thing. I don't piss in toilets for a reason. So I don't piss in toilets for a reason. No, I don't believe in pissing in toilets because if there was a microscopic like camera, you could see piss particles streaming out of my cock and hitting the outside of the toilet. So what I do is I get a big bottle and I just aim the slit. I aim the slit and I piss in the bottle because I don't want to. Like a toilet is for shitting. There's a urinal for urinating, right? But actually pissing and trying to aim in a toilet. Imagine if you had a mansion, right? You had a big party.
You can aim into a bottle, but not a fucking toilet bowl?
No, I take the slit of my dick and I just put it to the actual bottle and I urinate in the bottle.
Couldn't you just like aim towards the bowl specifically?
I mean, I can aim, but microscopically, there's urine splashing everywhere. If I got one of those lights, right? There's piss everywhere in a bottle. I'm literally aiming in the fucking bottle and making sure that the.
Why not just sit down?
Nah, I can't sit down. Nah, you only piss when you shit if you're a guy.
You only shit? Huh? What? You mean you only sit?
Like you're only gonna urinate while sitting down if you're.
Why are you saying what? Are you guys actually fucking?
Wait, hold on. Why don't we break this down?
I pissed while shitting before, so I don't know about that one.
Like basically, I'm only gonna sit down peeing if I'm shitting.
When you're taking a shit, you're gonna piss a little. That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, that's
when you shit, you have to piss a little. Yeah, but like,
you guys ever like really while shitting, like you accidentally urinate. So
yeah,
your body's relaxed, so you're gonna piss.
Yeah.
Okay, do you flush the toilet with the lid closed, by the way, Low Tier God, just making sure?
Like,
how do you do it?
Wasn't this all supposed to be about a question? Like we.
Oh damn, we got way.
Yeah, I mean, we could go on a bit of a
in good territory.
We've moved on.
How did we get to this from Nick Merckx? Like, how the fuck did this happen? It's my fault.
Well, Nick Merckx took a shit on Twitter while sitting down and he got his dick in the dirty water and then he lost his skins. That's what happens.
Okay, but wait. Okay, so just to go back to the Nick Merckx whole situation, it seems like everybody here agrees with him getting removed from the fucking Call of Duty store.
Don't specifically, yeah. I don't think that one was like something that would warrant it. I think you have to like actually get convicted of like murdering somebody for it to be like, okay, you gotta get rid of this shit.
That's like the end of the game. That's the end of the road. Like you
more like other like really fucking bad felonies, yeah.
I think
The
if
real
he
question
tweeted
is-
something specifically transphobic or homophobic, that's justification. But just the simply open-ended leave the kids alone, I don't think it was
The
justified.
problem with the leave
It's
the
too
kids alone
vague.
thing
That's
is that
why.
Leave the
It
kids
is a little
alone.
vague.
is that the leave the kids alone thing
Posting it.
obfuscates the issue. It's a red herring, and it tries to point to like, oh, the kids are in danger, when really it's just people are trying to help out trans kids.
I didn't
That's
say the
it.
kids are in danger. I didn't say stop hurting kids.
One at a time, please.
It's like kind of it's like akin to dog whistling.
They're just trying to
Whoa!
help.
Okay, hold on. Whoa! Hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. One at a time here. Okay, Kraken, you haven't spoken much. You can go. Then Xena. Then you go next. Go.
I miss Kraken so much.
Wait, who said that?
What? Darius did.
Somebody said they missed me.
Go! This is your time to talk.
Okay, no, somebody said they missed me, so it was like, who
Darius
said that?
misses
Okay.
you. He says, yeah.
How? What?
Okay.
Great contribution,
Nice
Destiny. You
job.
fucking bastard.
Xena, your turn. Go.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, yo, I'm gonna
This
say
was
like,
supposed to help trans kids.
Dude, I
but
stun locked her. Oh my god.
there's no
oh
such thing
shit.
as trans
Wait,
kids.
is your name Kraken? Is your name Kraken? Hello? Yo, why is
shut
this
the
bitch talking for
fuck up,
me?
you
Yo,
missed your
is
chance,
your name
let Xena
Kraken?
talk.
Thank you,
My bad,
man.
bro, my
Jesus
bad.
Christ, man. The blue-haired woman said Kraken. Okay, thank you. On my opinion, yes. Okay.
Sorry, Xena. She's gonna. I think she's finally taking her
Oh,
turn
we
now.
got more,
It took
we
her a
got
little
more
bit.
Krakens here too.
No,
wow.
go ahead, Kraken.
Wow, this
well,
is
before
fucking
when it was
real.
your turn to
This is real
talk, you seemed like you
fucking
wanted to have a
shit.
one-on-one conversation
Okay,
with Darius.
Kraken, shut
Kraken,
the
go.
fuck up.
No.
If you want to talk to me,
Okay.
you can't. I'll give you a minute.
Hey, everybody, bring the temperature down. Okay, Kraken, give your opinion on the issue, and then Xena, you give your opinion. Go ahead.
Release the Kraken.
Okay. Thank you. It's okay. So it's okay. Obviously, look, on its own, if it was on its, you want to suck my cock? Okay.
Actually, I do.
Good.
Yes, actually.
Like you did.
Wait, she has a cock?
Oh, wait. My question.
That would be nice. No.
Wait, are you trans, Kraken?
No. No, I'm not.
Oh.
But I like saying it because whatever. It's whatever.
It's edgy.
No, I'm not.
Provocative.
I don't-
Big dick energy. Go
I
ahead.
can show you. It's
Cuts
kick.
everyone
I can
out.
show you. I can show you my vagina, so it's fine. But no.
Oh, hell no.
So-
What the fuck?
I don't think I
That's the
kick
case.
now.
Please go
Okay,
on.
no, I wasn't. Okay, oh my god. Okay, no.
You gotta let her
what
talk,
I'm
let her talk.
saying. Okay, what I'm saying is on its own. Yeah, if you were to.
You're gonna let her talk. Let her talk.
Okay, Zira, come on. Okay.
Kraken, I'm sorry.
Kraken, go ahead.
No, it's okay. No, you know what? No, it's fine. It's fine.
No.
it's
Talk,
fine.
talk,
Look,
talk. Go ahead.
come on,
Nobody
Kraken.
needs to know. No, look, I'm a mystery.
Kraken,
It's okay. You know what?
Go,
Fine.
Kraken.
Let
Yes, when the woman says it's fine, she means it. She's actually fine.
Yeah, when
We
a
gotta let
woman
her
says
talk.
it's fine,
I really
it's
wanna hear what she has to
fine.
say.
She's not gonna
You
fucking
got
blow up the fucking like. She's not gonna blow up the fucking like headquarters of some fucking government agency nearby. No, she's not gonna do that. No.
I'm gonna give you a heart.
We're fine.
Okay.
You're okay. Heart? I'm like, you're actually below me, so.
Okay, well, you did it.
Whatever. Yes, whatever, dude. Whatever. It doesn't matter right now. If the statement was made by itself, not a big deal, but it's part of a bigger conversation. Okay, it's part of a bigger conversation, so you have to look at the context previous to that. And the context says, oh, that, if you're trans or whatever, you're into grooming little kids, whatever. Okay, and so I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say look here. He can say this, but I think it was wrong of COD to remove his shit. Right.
So
Okay.
Of course they're gonna do it. They're gonna remove it. They're gonna
Wait, like
remove
shut
his
the
shit.
fuck up 1 second. Oh,
Because
for one
it's a
second.
company.
Okay,
Yo.
quick side tangent, just quick
Yo.
one. Dantes, you have pepperoni nipples?
Okay, it's because I used to be obese and I never got rid of the gyno, so I have gyno nipples.
Wait, your
Okay,
nipples
I
grow
noticed,
when you
so
gain
I
weight? Is that
just- I was
true?
curious.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
I
just-
noticed a little bit.
I used to be
That's crazy.
obese when I was younger.
Also, thanks for that. Listen up, guys. We just reached the end of this round.
Great blow up.
You can continue if you want. Okay. However, in the round, now you motherfuckers are gonna get voted off. One of you.
Oh, shit.
In the kick chat, we're voting to keep, not kick. Whoever wins is going to decide between the bottom 2 people to kick them off, okay? So the straw poll is in chat. We are voting to keep, not kick. Vote for your favorite contestant or somebody that you don't want to see voted off.
It's in Destiny's chat, so go ahead.
No,
and
it shouldn't
copy
be in
paste it into
Destiny's
your
chat. It should be
I
in
know I'm muted for a reason.
kick chat.
Yeah, it's in kick chat, so go ahead to Destiny's kick chat and copy paste it
Go
into
to
your...
Destiny's kick chat.
Helping my votes, Darius. Be quiet.
Guys.
Yo, Lycan, what the fuck are you doing, my man?
Lycan, what
Let me
the
get it,
fuck
let
are
me
you
get
doing?
Getting
I
votes.
think he's trying to get voted off, honestly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's.
Are you trying to show us how low tier God gets his booty eaten or something like that's?
Oh no, I
that's
definitely don't bend over.
By the way, Dantes, my friend told me.
We don't bend over. Yo, where's the link so I can get my people to vote?
It's in Destiny's
okay,
kick
I got
chat.
it.
Yeah. If you want to paste it in your kick chat, that's fine. Just only kick chats, okay? If any of you fuckers, actually, if any of you are streaming on Twitch, you're gonna get banned anyway because I'm banned on Twitch. So.
Hey, what's up, Flamenco?
My friend told me that he'll viciously murder me if I didn't tell you that he's your #1 fan and he loves all your fucking videos. And trust me, he fucking shows us them every single day.
Soy.
Can you give my buddy Pixie a shout out?
What the fuck?
We're gonna see
Pixie's the goat.
Wait, who are we talking about?
Just my friend DM'd me because he found out. I was
it's
on
me.
this.
Wait, no.
Oh, he's talking about somebody else?
Yeah, he's talking about somebody else.
Okay.
Unless you're the biggest.
I'm the
Destiny
low tier
fan.
God fan of the group. So.
All right, listen up, guys. We're closing in on the end of the voting. Guys, your votes are very important here. All right. I'm gonna close this. A few seconds. All right, guys. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. The winner of this round is low tier God. Congratulations. You did it. You came in first place. However, you are now going to have to vote between eliminating the 2 bottom placed people. You have to choose between Flamenco and Malik. You can make your decision any way you feel you want to. Go for it. It's up to you right now.
So out of those 2?
Yeah, you can ask them questions. You can do whatever you want, but you ultimately you have to vote one of them off. Yeah.
I don't know. I like women with an attitude, and she's very snappy. Flamenco, I can't see you. So due to the fact of hiding behind the VTuber cartoon PFP, yeah, we gotta drop Flamenco. I'm sorry.
That's okay, dude.
Oh
thanks for nuking Evo. That was really funny back in the day.
Yeah. No hard feelings, bro.
Flamenco, it's been fun. We love you. We appreciate you for coming by. Thank you so much, my little.
Hey, Flamenco, shout yourself out.
Yeah, shout yourself out, buddy.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at Flamenco TV and hopefully start streaming regularly soon, but it's been a issue with my fucking internet lately. So
whoa, we
peace
didn't
out,
ask
guys.
for a fucking autobiography. Thank you. We'll find you online. Have fun. Peace out. Goodbye. Jesus Christ.
Hey, okay.
Good job. Wow, you guys made it to round 2. It's pretty surprising for some of you. Nice job. All right, round 2. It's probably my question again, since Crowd decided he didn't want to work this week. That's fine.
Okay, we already agreed on it.
All right, here we go, guys. Right now. Consent conversations have been dominating online discourse as more and more people have come out with Me Too's challenging our preconceived notions of what it even means to consent to sex. How honest should somebody have to be with somebody before we consider it coercive, abusive, or non-consensual? Can you lie about your age, your job, your relationship status? What about STDs? Where should the line be drawn? We will start at the bottomest. What?
Wait, before we get into that question, I just want to point out to the viewers that have been watching since the first episode that you made fun of my questions and you came with this fucking.
Yeah, this is a good ass question. What are you talking about?
Move on right now. Shut up, nigga.
You shut on my simple ones.
Hold on, Karanto. There's at least 3 people on this fucking panel that have probably been accused of rape at least once. Okay, this is a good ass question. All right, let's see what the people have to say.
Could you point them out, please? Could you point them out, please? Point them out right now.
Well, if you, you, and then if you expand your camera, probably 2 people behind you. You ISIS motherfucker. Okay, Zena,
nice
you're first.
One,
go for it. Okay,
nice one.
go for it.
You talked to a
right.
Muslim guy.
Go,
you
Zena. Yeah, I did. That's right. Okay.
Okay. Wait. Shut the fuck up. Can we start with Dantes since he's been a long time fucking viewer of Lil Steve over here? He probably knows your arguments. Dantes, go ahead and start.
Okay, go for it. Dantes.
Well, I mean, bro, I'm gonna be honest. The hype thing about being a league player is that you don't have to worry about any of that because no girl wants you anyways. So it's like I've just been here chilling, sit in my room all the time. But I mean, the thing about consent is that at the end of the day, it's like, why bother lying? Because if you lie about, let's say, your job or your age, then you're making people fall in love with, I guess, what you want them to think you are. And then it's like, what's even the point of like being wanted in that case? You know, like if you want someone to want you, they might as well want you for who you are, rather than like something you put out there. So I don't know. I feel like people like that are weird.
Rape is bad. Very brave.
Exactly.
Wow. Brave, Dantes. Well, where are we going? Okay, where do we go next, Karanto, since you're fucking playing Twister over here?
Okay, Malik, what's your take on this?
Okay, so there's a big difference between rape and regret. While I don't think it's right to be persistent with someone who doesn't want to have sexual interactions with you, as a woman, if you do give consent to someone maybe you weren't really sure if you want to have sex with, but you did give consent and then later regret it, you can't go back and say, yo, he raped me, because you did consent. With that said, I think it's super shitty and scummy of men to constantly ask or push a woman to have sex with them if they clearly don't want to. But if a woman does eventually say, yeah, I will fuck you, fucks and regrets it later, it's not rape. As far as the whole consent thing, I think if you've been with someone for a while, the verbal yes, no isn't necessarily as important as maybe a first time hookup.
Okay, Lycan, I saw the way you reacted to her point right there. What's up with that reaction? Like, what did she say that you didn't agree with? What did she say?
I just was surprised that the juggalette led with the first point being about, sometimes people lie because they regretted it the next day. I didn't think that was the most pertinent thing.
I didn't say people lie. I said there's a difference between rape and regret.
There is a difference between rape and regret, but I'm just saying it's weird that, the first most pertinent thing for you to bring up was some people regret it, and then it becomes a rape allegation.
Yes, that happens all the time.
Yeah,
Does it? Do you have some stats on that?
That's what.
I'm just gonna take helm here. So I put my age as 23 on Tinder. I've been banned multiple times. I'm 26 years old. It's not my fault that I had to put 23. It's just because I've been banned like 6 different times on Tinder. I had to put a different age, put different photos, whatever. I have a lot of girls that I have sex with. And what happens is they check out my stream after we've had sex and they see that somebody's called them fat or weird looking or something, and they regret that they've had sex with me after the fact. And it has nothing to do with me and myself as character, but it has to do with the essential, some weird stereotype that they have of a fuck boy or frat boy or whatever. And honestly, it's like, obviously there's a huge difference between rape and regret, of course, obviously Sherlock Holmes. But like, I think that like, what was the question even? I don't even know what the question is.
It's about
yeah, that was a good point.
Sex, how much information she
That was a good point.
I mean, like, I can make it clear, but like, if you're gonna have sex with me already, who the fuck cares if I'm 26 or 23?
Well, the question would be, hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. So the question is,
she's in another castle. I don't know what you're trying.
Guidance. Hold on. So the question would be, what if somebody would have sex with you if you were 22, but you were actually 28 and you lied? You said, oh, I'm only 22, and then they fuck you, but they wouldn't have otherwise. Is that some type of non-consensual interaction?
There's no way you haven't thought about this already.
I've thought about
this
it.
This is a really bad sign if you haven't thought.
No, I've thought about it, but I've thought about it, and I've insinuated to myself that it's not a problem because I'm like, dude, a 6-year age difference is like, unless they're trying to make me a partner. Which, if you're having sex with me, Darius, fucking IRL, the guy who literally streams myself on fucking Tinder, if you're having sex with me, you're not thinking about a long-term partner. I would hope so, at least.
Can I also add? I think if age was that important to someone, they would check the ID first.
What? Who checks ID?
Okay,
I don't think chicks really care.
If it's that big of a deal that someone's 22 versus 26, you can just check an ID.
You're dressed as Shaker.
Fair point, actually.
Legal consenting age, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as you're legal, it doesn't matter if you're. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't matter on the age.
Anyway.
Okay.
You shouldn't be casually hooking up anyway, but that's what y'all people do, which is fine. So whatever. But if you're 22 or you're 25, saying you're 22, you're still legal either age.
Hey, Dina, how old is Nico?
Versus if you're don't fucking play with me, bitch. So if you were 16, can I talk? So if you're 16, lying and saying you're of
oh wow, so wait, you're willing to talk now? What? No way, this is
of consenting age, then that's different because you're now underage, baiting someone into having sex with you under the consenting age. That's the difference. If you're legal, it shouldn't matter. Like, it just shouldn't matter.
Well, is that even the point? Isn't the point of question just like, I think it's too broad. It's like you lie, you get into bed, and then was the lie like taking away consent? Like, can you give an example, Steven?
Well, I mean, hold on. There are some cases where some people would probably consider the lie to be significant. For instance, if somebody had fucking AIDS and you fucked them afterwards, and then you found out they had AIDS and they lied about that, people probably are like, wait, you fucking raped me, right?
So what about this? All right, what about this? All right, here's the situation. You're on Tinder, right? And you're meeting a girl and you find out she's some sexy blue-haired lib chick, right? And you want to fucking smash, but you're a deep Trump conservative, right? and you lie and say, no, I'm fucking Black Lives Matter and all this other stuff, and you end up in bed with her, is that rape? If she if she explicitly says in her profile, no fucking Trumpers, and you lie about it, and you get into bed with her,
Misleading.
is that
has
rape?
nothing to do with rape.
Okay, people say that's misleading. Wait.
Okay,
Wait. Whoa. Hey, hello. Blue hair is talking. Stop. Chill. Okay, so then the question is, so it seems like most people here agree that's not rape. What if you find another sexy little blue-haired girl, blah, 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 you lie about your Trump shit, blah, 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 you go to hook up with her, and then after she blows you, you're like, oh, cool, I'm gonna go down on you, and then she's like, okay, sure, but I have a dick. Is that rape if you didn't know beforehand?
No, that's hype.
So, if you're about to do it, and you, like, if you see it, and she didn't say it before, no, because nothing happened.
No, it's like getting a box of cereal and you didn't know there was no.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, there we go. Yeah, the box of cereal with a thing. Yeah, sure.
I mean,
I don't think
gets hit without grabbing the box.
I think it's scummy to hide that shit from someone. But again, if you really care so much about that shit prior, you should find out beforehand, before consenting. If you consent and you're walking into something blind and then you find out what it actually is when you take the blindfold off, that's your fault.
Okay, dude, I'm gonna be for real. Like, I hooked up with this. Oh man, this is a DGGer, but I hooked up with this trans person, right? I didn't know for a lick of anything that they were trans, and I was having sex with them, and I'm gonna show a visual representation. So they put their underwear down to like right here before their balls could show, and they were trans. I had no idea they were trans.
Why are your pants? Is your ass eating your pants like Ace Ventura, dude?
Bro, why are you caked up like that?
How did you not check the box?
Why are you caked up like that? The balls were like right here, right?
I don't understand how you
make it talk. Darius, make it no, Darius.
I don't understand how that happens.
So when I had anal sex with them, I had no fucking idea that they were a trans person. But then when we got drunk, I'll be honest. As I took their pants down lower, I was like, oh, there's a ball sack here. And then I figured out that they were trans as we were extenuating the thing. And I didn't think like, oh wow, I feel so shunned. I was like, oh, okay, that's just a trans person. And I moved on my fucking day. Like, I don't know, like a lot of people, niggas are like fixated on the fact that, like, unless you're thinking about procreating, if that's a big thing for you, sure. But I mean, like, it's 2023. Who cares about procreating? Let's be for real.
I do.
Wait, that's the most retarded thing that anybody on this panel has said, and all of you just sat there silently taking it in. What the fuck?
My thing is, how did you not know the difference between ass and vagina? Because my first experience with delivering anal, it was one of the worst experiences I ever had in my life. I smelled literally hot dookie. The ass was.
Dude, there was dick on my.
Sorry, like there's just no fucking way you could not be able to decipher a wet, hot, slithering, grippy vagina over actual asshole.
Well, I'll be 100% with you. I was drunk, and then second off, it was like, it's anal. I don't know what it's supposed to feel like. It was my first time doing anal. To be fair with
less
you.
muscles in the
you have a
vagina.
couple of years on me, so it was my first time doing anal. So I didn't know the difference between anal and vagina because I don't know what the fuck it is. So I did, but when I took it out though, I did see dookie, and I was like, oh, I'm doing anal right now, and I was drunk, so I can at least tell when like dookie's on my fucking dick versus like.
Wait, she had no reaction to you going.
Did you?
Go on.
Never mind. Is this a trans person?
Is this a trans person? Yes, it was a trans person I was with.
Okay, never mind.
All right,
I'm gonna be honest. I just don't think you have sex at all.
No, go to OnlyFans.com/Shushia. You'll see enough sex of me right now.
OnlyFans.com/what? You watched that really fucking fast, dude. I just don't know. I just legitimately, I don't think you have sex at all. You look like you look like that guy you're with right now. I was gonna call you guys the Mario Brothers, but now I think you guys are like, I don't know, like a fucking I don't know. Maybe
siblings are dating.
Are you homophobic? Just say you're homophobic.
No, I'm just saying. No.
Just say
yes, he's homophobic. What's wrong with it, Darius?
For centuries, we have called out to the universe, looking for answers. In 2024, the universe calls back.
Bring us your leader.
Hi, can you hear me?
Honey!
Now is a really bad time.
Okay.
Bye. I love you. I love you. I love you. This is new. No. Thank you! Whoa. Please state the name of your homeworld. Earth?
Welcome, leader of Earth. We are the United Advanced Species of the universe.
I think there's been a mistake.
You're not the leader of Earth?
Sorry for the mix-up.
Commence memory wipe.
No, wait! I am the leader of Earth.
Why is your voice different?
I've always talked like this since I was a kid, which I'm obviously not anymore. But yes, I run the planet.
The trial of Earth can proceed.
Uh-oh.
Until then, as you say on Earth, okay, bye. I love you.
Okay.
Bye.
I love you.
I love you.
You're the talk of the communiverse.
If Mom could see me now.
I know what you mean. I ate my mother at birth. But in moments of great success, I regret it.
That's a thing for your species?
No, just a me thing. Everyone was shocked.
Why does everybody love Pura from Tears of the Kingdom, including myself? Tears of the Kingdom's intro is really
You
just said everybody should be gay.
I'm not homophobic. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just
I mean,
saying.
there's a strategy. There's actually a strategy you use, whether it be to smell the box before you actually proceed, or to see what you're fucking with. Now, this has never happened to me. Hold on. I'm trying to put him on game real quick. So,
hey,
you should
Caracos, one of our contestants is trying to talk right now. Can he? Is that okay with you? Can he have some time to speak?
Yeah,
or?
when you were trying to lead the conversation for the past 20 minutes, I didn't say shit. I'm just fucking pointing out something I noticed. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Oh my God.
go ahead.
It's not about smell, okay? I just threw it in for kicks. So he said he didn't know what was going on. So can I ask you a question? You did get head first, right?
Yes, I did get head first, actually.
Okay, so did you get head from the front or from the side?
What the fuck is the side?
The side is when a chick's sucking you up from the side. Like, was she in front of you? Was she in front of you sucking you up, or from the side sucking you up?
She was in front of me.
Okay, that's where you fucked up. So the first time you get head from a brand new chick, you should always have them suck you up from the side, because they're usually bent over. So what you do is you grab the pocket of pussy and you make sure everything's good. Now, if you grab nuts, you know for a fact what you're dealing with. Now, if it's a pussy, you grab it while she's sucking you up, you take a good whiff and then see if you want to continue. So there's actually ways and steps you can go to where shit like that never happens. Like, have you ever fucked another trans person again is the real question.
No, I've never fucked another trans person again, but I legit will never have this issue again after you just told me that advice. I didn't think about grabbing nuts.
Head from the side. Head from the side at all times, because you could grab what you're getting. Like, you're getting sucked up and you're like, oh, if you grab nuts, you're like, all right, I'm done. Or if the box, you know, smells a certain way, you're like, oh, well, I'll just accept it.
Wait, but couldn't he tell if it was like feminine tongue or like a feminine lick or a masculine lick?
Well, you
I
grab
don't know,
it
because I know what you're trying to do, but see, like, one thing that me and my mom used to crack jokes growing up, and she said she would always make like little funny gay jokes, and she said, you know, I heard that men, their mouth is like a horse when they give you head, and we would just start laughing. I said, well, I don't gotta worry about that. We would just start laughing, so I wouldn't know. I mean, he should know because he got sucked up by one. So what's the difference between getting sucked up by a horse joke or a woman?
I guarantee you guys had a blanket over your head and you had two people in the room, one was a dude, one was a chick, it was shaved and all that stuff. I don't think you could tell, especially if they had lips like mine. You can't tell.
Oh no.
Especially if he was drunk.
Wait, are you offering right now, Lycan, to low tier god? Are you offering something?
No, I'm just speaking matters of fact.
Yeah,
Like, and I'm gonna see you in like 2 weeks. If you gave me sloppy, legit, I'd be able to tell it's a man. I'll be honest, men when they give head, it's like a.
You're not gonna do some mind game to get me to suck your dick, Darius. Chill, okay?
What?
You're not gonna like fucking reverse psychology me into sucking your dick. I'm sorry.
Dude, you're a pussy if you don't.
You think no balls tricks will work on me? Fuck you.
All right. So the initial question, what was the initial question again in a nutshell?
I think we were asking about how many different ways we can sniff people's assholes and vaginas, and you're killing it on that. No, the question was, like, what is the line? Like, what can you lie about before somebody's like, I feel like this was some non-consensual / rape sexual interaction? Like, is there a line? Can somebody tell enough lies to where if you would have found it afterwards? What if you met somebody? What if they fucked you, and then what if afterwards they reveal like, hey, by the way, I'm your long lost sister or brother? Like, would that be like, would you consider that rape or something? Because you're like, I never would have done this if I would have known otherwise.
I wouldn't consider it rape. I would consider it just being like, misconceiving in a sense. I mean, rape to me is a forceful thing.
It's
shitty. Psychologically, I feel like women can be convinced to do shit that they don't want to do, which is why I let women be aggressive with me. Me personally, I'm never making the move. I'm not kissing you. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing that. Usually I allow women to make the move. It's been that way ever since I've been a kid. It's been that way now. So me, I'm not an aggressive guy. Rape is like a forceful thing. I think it's one of the most disgusting things on the planet. If a chick was to tell me no off tops, I'm like, okay, that I'm not doing anything. I'm not going to try to convince you. I'm not going to try to say, well, wait a minute, baby. Like, I don't want any parts. If it's not 100% on her, I need 80-20 from the woman. 80% from you, 20% from me. I'm the guy. I'm probably going to want to fuck. You're the female. Show me that you actually want to fuck. So it's 100% consensual. The line that's crossed, I would say, would be like just sexual orientation. I mean, anything else is like, if you're initially attracted to me, nothing else matters. But if we're talking about sexual orientation, I think that's when we draw the line. Like, if you have a cock, just let me know and let me make that decision.
I have a question for the panel, because it sounds like no one actually thinks that anything other than rape or, date rape or something like that is rape. No one seems to believe that.
I genuinely don't think, because it's just because of that whole situation I told you with the trans person. I don't think it was rape. I was raped, at least. I just think I was like, it was annoying for me because I can't think of this person as somebody that I'd want to like have kids with. But like, I don't think it really matters. It's 2023. I don't fucking care about having children.
So no one thinks if someone lies to you to get into bed, no one thinks that's rape. Is that what I'm hearing?
STDs though?
No.
What would the lie have to be?
What type of lie would this have to be?
I think lying about STDs.
Oh yeah, definitely STD.
Wait, hold on. Xena, wait. Xena wants to get in here. Go ahead, Xena. What do you think?
Like, you can't necessarily say lying to get someone in bed. Like, whether they're attracted to the lie or not, we wear makeup to get men into our bed. Like, there's so many steps that men do.
He's an alpha male.
Practical, and it's a form of a lie. So that doesn't count. Rape is not. There's no line drawn between lying. There's a line drawn when it's consensual between legal consent, but even then, that's why it's called statutory rape. Because this might sound controversial. If you're 16 and 17, you have a sound mind to decide, yes, I want to have sex. However, if the person is older, you are underage, it shouldn't be happening. But that's not rape because it is consent. It's just not legal consent. Versus if you're fucking 10 years old. Now that is rape because I don't think you have a sound mind to consent to that. You don't know what you want to be in life yet to even decide if you want to have sex. And then as far as the gender thing, if someone is trans or they're a man trans as a woman and they're trying to entrap you into bed with them, you're consenting to have sex with a woman. You're not consenting to have sex with a man. However, it's not necessarily rape as much as it is a form of entrapment, a violation. I wouldn't consider that rape either. So.
Wait, but did you just compare makeup to that?
I was saying makeup because he said lying to get into bed. Like,
So is makeup lying to get into bed? Is that not
a lie? It's considered a lie. Getting plastic surgery and making your titties big and getting a BBL, that's a fucking lie.
Okay, so if I fuck a chick with a fat ass and got a BBL, is she entrapping me?
That's a lie. That's not rape. Bitches wear fake ass fucking Lily umbrellas and to get men to be attracted to them. That's a lie. That doesn't make it rape. A BBL, fucking a liposuction.
You said entrapment. Earlier. You said entrapment earlier.
Entrapment in the form of gender. You can't compare the two.
Nothing else is entrapment.
Gender. All right, attraction and gender, makeup and gender, we're not putting together, because obviously if a guy's attracted to a woman wearing makeup, he's attracted to feminine traits, he's attracted to a woman. Then if you turn around and be like, by the way, I'm a man, that is a form of violation. He's not trying to he consented to have sex with a woman.
So hold on, wait, can I just...
Liking was like, a lie is a lie.
Destiny, shut the fuck up.
No, wait, I just have to interject for 1 quick second, okay?
Surgery.
Just real quick, hold on.
How's that any different than if you had that asked before? Right?
Just a quick fact. A quick. Oh, fuck it. Never mind. Go ahead.
But it's the same thing as if it wasn't there before. Like if it was there before.
But it's not rape, is what I'm saying.
You don't know.
There's nothing wrong with it.
I don't think women enhancing their natural features is the same thing as a man or woman transitioning to another gender. And,
I agree with that.
And presenting themselves as biological. I don't think that's the same thing. I also want to ask, because a lot of you seem to be saying that rape can be based on feelings. Whether someone felt that offended them or not. I don't think that. I think rape is a clear. I think rape is a clear. Was this a rape or not? Not, oh, how did someone feel afterwards?
Okay,
because a lot of girls.
I think lies that can be considered rape are lying about STDs. Why? Taking off a condom when you said you were going to wear one without consent, and lies such as that. I don't think lying about political background, religion, and makeup or fake tits or anything like that is anywhere considered.
What's the difference between if I decide like I don't want to sleep with someone who I haven't agreed to sleep with because they have STDs, right? Like there's danger to it, but even if there's no risk, even if they take the HIV pills and they are not likely to transmit, and I'm on PrEP and something like that, I don't want to sleep with someone with HIV. That's my right. I get to choose that. So what's the difference between that and me saying I don't want to sleep with a Republican? I make it really clear. It's in my profile. I say it on the first date,
there's no
and they
health
lie.
risk with a Republican, first of all.
There's
life
no
or
health
death
risk whatsoever. Wait, there's no life or death necessarily.
What if you're black and your dad's white? There is a health
There's
risk.
no life or death at play if someone gets me really, really drunk and takes advantage of me.
If someone gets you really drunk and they're sober, and you are not sober enough to consent and they take advantage of you, yes, I would consider that rape. But that has nothing to do with lying to get laid.
The whole if I only want to fuck Republicans and then she lied about being a Republican and said she was a Democrat, that's not rape, bro. And on top of that, being raped leaves permanent scars.
Rape is subjective.
If you fuck someone who turned out to be not a Republican,
does getting fucked without a condom leave a permanent scar? Is that guaranteed?
For the rest of your life. Let's be real here.
Are you going to be scarred if you find out the guy took off the condom? If you don't get an STD and if you don't get pregnant, are you left with the scar?
You will feel violated. You will feel violated, and it'll fuck with your trust.
What if I feel violated sleeping with someone that has a completely different political views than me?
I got a question. I got a question here for the ladies. I got a question for the ladies.
Go ahead.
So a question for the ladies. Here's a real intricate question. Would you consider, so if you're fucking a guy, right, with the condom and he takes it off and slides it in, would you consider that rape even though you told him specifically to use a condom?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, because
if you specifically had the conversation before.
No, I think it's wrong. He'll get punched in that. It's not rape.
No, I think it's a form of sexual assault. I don't know if I would say rape, but that is a form of sexual assault.
If you already had his dick in you with the condom, that makes no
sense. If you consented with the terms that the condom would be on and he takes it off without your consent, that is a form of sexual assault.
I've had situations happen, this is mostly with fat girls, where where my condom gets stuck inside of their vagina when I'm coming out and in, and then it gets stuck there and I'm having sex with them.
Okay, well that's different than intentionally taking it off when there is a agreement not to do so.
Because I feel like the reason why I asked that question is because
she said an assault, but not.
It's not rape.
The reason why I asked that question is because
and rape, like if a
so the reason why I asked that question,
slaps you on your ass in the street and you didn't invite him to do that, did you get raped? No, you got assaulted. It's a form of assault. That's not rape. So him taking off the condom is not rape. You were consenting to having sex. You went through with it because you don't know the condom.
Yeah, sexual assault.
You finish and then you're done. Yes, it could be sexual assault, but there's a fine line between assault and rape.
Okay, what if you said stop? Rape. What if you said stop, get another one? He's like, no, I'm already backshotting.
Either for me, it's either right or wrong. I'm just saying wrong if you do that. I don't care if it's fucking rape or just whatever. I'm just saying it's fucking wrong, dude.
As long as she doesn't find out, then it's not rape.
Like it's just wrong, dude. Like what? Dude,
If
you know,
she's
I hate
male or female, says
was it this? If this,
Yeah,
if
but what you're saying is
Wait,
if they do
hold on, hold on. Kraken, wait,
Come
Kraken,
on.
give your answer, and then Irrelevant, go
What?
for it. Although I don't know why, because you're not a contestant, but yeah, Kraken, go, and then
No,
Irrelevant.
it's okay. No,
Dude,
I'm good.
We're
Oh.
two entities, nigga. I can leave.
I think
No,
if
worse
a
than-
man or woman, because either person can be assaulted and or raped, if one of the parties says no at any point during the originally consensual sex, like halfway through they decided they want to stop and don't want to continue, and you continue, it's rape.
Can I say something
Because they
controversial?
revoke their
Oh, okay. Low tier, go ahead and say
I
it.
want to say something controversial here. As a man, I don't believe that a man can be raped by a woman.
Okay, what if you're blackout drunk? What if you're blackout drunk?
Why do you
What if you're
say that?
blackout
Is it
drunk
because-
and you wake up in the morning and find out that multiple women had sex with you?
My dick's
Yo, maybe you should fucking not hang out with people.
Wait. He said his he backed his case by saying his dick got hard.
If you're in a fucking environment where those people are gonna do that, you should not be friends with those people at all. Like, what the fuck? I've been blackout drunk and my friends take me home at the end of the night. Like, they don't. Like, that doesn't happen. Like, what?
Okay, well that doesn't, just because you're a dumbass doesn't mean you can't get raped.
Yo, I'm not a dumbass. I don't fucking come to like I don't come to a casual show dressed up as half a clown. Like what?
All right, can I give a funny scenario?
Excuse me, there have been women.
Wait, a funny scenario.
Wait, let Xena. Hold on, wait. Xena's trying to fucking answer. Xena, and then let her go. Yeah, go.
You're okay. Being sexually aroused, sometimes you actually don't have the control over that. You could watch apes and get sexually aroused. On top of that, there have been yes, like the guy was talking about being aroused by fucking rocks. Let's be real. He said he got.
He was a VTuber.
Now wait. Women have reported feeling shame because they've reached orgasm whilst being raped. It's a physical stimulation, and sometimes you can't control what is happening when it comes to sexual arousal. So your dick getting hard does not mean you wanted to have the sex, especially if you were roofied and or tied down.
I have a follow-up. Okay, you said men can't be raped. What if it's another man raping another man?
Oh yeah, of course. That 100%. That's why I said before I said that.
He clearly
said before I said that, I said
he wanted to be controversial and say.
Okay, what if a man? What if a gay man?
That wasn't what I brought up. You said what if a what?
What if a gay man is riding you? Not penetrating, you just
say that. We're not talking about that.
Yeah, I already said that's rape. Like,
no, he said
I said men can't be raped by women.
No, hold on.
My bad.
I have a question. Okay, Rotier God, imagine you're blackout drunk, you wake up, you're chained to the bed, and your mom's on top of you riding you. Is that rape?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I have self-control over my cock. So if I
but imagine you got hard and your mom's riding you. Is that rape?
Rape, yes.
I mean, yeah.
Wait, Xena, you just
said that a woman.
That's your mom, but we're talking about somebody that's not your mom.
It's still a woman.
Yeah, but your mom's still a woman, though.
So, all right, here's the thing. So, let's just say you're walking down the street. Let's just say you're walking down the street, guys. Let's say you're walking down the street, like 3 ladies pull over, like, get in the motherfucking car now. And you're like, well, what's going on? You get in the car, right? They throw you in some fucking warehouse. They're like, pull your pants down. We're gonna suck you up. Fuck you right the fuck now. And they just start sucking you up against the wall. Hold on.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish, Xena.
Wait, hold on. They throw you against the wall, right? That's not true. They throw you against the wall and they just start sucking you up. You're like, wait a minute, stop. But wait, my dick's right. Oh. I mean,
rape.
I feel like no guy can be raped by a woman. If she starts sucking you up and you're feeling it.
Real quick. Vote to keep, not kick in the chat. We have reached the end of round 2. Vote to keep, not kick in the chat. Somebody is going to be eliminated from this. Yeah, go for it. Okay, sorry.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't know. I disagree. Like you said, it was controversial. But what if there's a man who is religious and waiting till marriage or something like that?
I mean, he
and
still
a woman
got
takes
rock.
advantage of them.
He still got rock. Like me personally, if I'm not fully attracted to a chick, she's not getting 100% torpedo. She's getting 80% dick. She's getting 60% dick.
Oh, just muted.
I can control
You're
it.
not conscious.
There's just like a huge confusion between someone.
Wait, Lotier, what if she gave you Viagra or something?
Ooh.
I mean, yeah, that's a tricky one because.
Okay.
But I'm still enjoying the fellatio, right? If she's sucking and slobbering.
Man, like you can't control that shit. What the fuck? Like if somebody.
If I'm rocking.
You're saying for yourself specifically.
You control
yourself specifically.
She's unattractive. You don't
You're
like
just
her.
didn't consent because you're a horny nigga and you.
If she's hot, then you can't.
Darius, you schizo fuck. You and your multiple personalities are talking to each other. We can all hear you guys talking to each other. Mic over other people's answers. What's going on up there in the top right?
I'm not even horny.
Yeah, mute yourself, retard.
If you're talking to each other, mute yourself. Also, we're closing on the end of the vote. Listen, think strategic with your votes. You might not always be voting on who you want to keep. You might be voting on not the winner, but other people you don't want to see eliminated. Keep that in mind, guys. We are coming to the end of this vote, closing it in about 20 seconds. It is very, very, very close at the bottom. So if there's somebody that you want to see remaining in here, remember to vote to keep, not kick.
All I know is Lotier God is a freaky ass nigga. Like you'll just let women do anything with you at this point. You're like, I don't care if she's wrong.
No, I'm very
I don't care if she
selective.
drugs me. It's not rape.
If you find a woman hot, you're not going to get to the point where they're sucking you off, right? You can easily just distract that. You can get it out of that situation. Like there's women that have come to me that are like unattractive, and I'm just like, I can easily, like, a man can easily manipulate the situation to getting head versus not getting head.
I kind of agree with Kraken. I don't think you've ever had sex, bro. Like,
all right, and on that note,
I'm about to invite a Tinder girl over right now and have sex in front of you just to prove to you that I can.
Make sure the pH level levels are correct, please.
What I'm saying, dude, you look like you and that guy you're beside. You look like the fucking Mario Brothers, okay? You guys have never, like, neither of you have, like, I'm gonna.
They were Italian, not black. Like, I don't know what you got the wrong cartoon.
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying.
The Mario Brothers that both have sex. Princess Peach and Princess Daisy. They have baby Mario.
Have
baby
you guys?
Luigi.
Have you had sex with Princess Peach? She's was another.
I probably have. I had sex with a white woman with blonde hair,
Bowser?
and he had sex with a one.
Bowser.
Well, you haven't sex with.
How was it?
Where's the Bowser? Who is Bowser? Yeah, we don't see him. He's
Who's
not.
Bowser? Destiny. To be quite honest,
Stop,
he's had
stop.
sex with
Okay,
apparently all the women that we talked to.
whoa. Okay, hey, listen up. Oh my God, we've come to the end of this round, and congratulations for the second time in a row. Low tier God has managed to
Okay, so we're not gonna do low tier God, then we're gonna do the person that comes after.
Good job, Q. Nice contribution. You're really worried about your job over there. Good job, dude. Nice.
Thank you. I get paid $0 for
That
this,
is
by the way,
true. So low tier God,
God,
you are not allowed to kick people off twice in a row. So we're going to the second place finisher, which is over here, Pepperoni Nips Dantes. You are the second place winner. I'm not sure how. When you spoke probably 2 words the whole round. Congratulations. However, your position is not an envious one, young child. You have to vote with your singular vote to kick off one of the 2 lovely ladies on this panel. One of two, Kraken or Malik. Which one is getting the boot?
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really heard Kraken say too much, and Malik's content, so I think we'll keep Shaco one more round.
Oh my
You should ask for 360. You should ask for 360.
Dude, what
Sorry,
the fuck?
That's wrong.
should have asked for 360.
Oh, where the fuck did she go? Okay.
Did she hang
Did she
up?
not want to shout herself out or something?
Hey, what the fuck?
Where did somebody?
It's Kraken with 3 A's.
What did he kick? He kicked Kraken.
My girl.
Well, I didn't. Hold on, wait. I didn't.
R-A-A-A.
Okay, that's
He said, "Fuck this."
No, I didn't kick. I didn't kick her. I didn't kick her.
Fucked up, honestly.
Shut the fuck up! I did not kick anybody. Kill yourself. You fucking kill yourself. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. I'm gonna find your parents' address. I'm gonna fucking send them a tape with all the crazy shit you say online.
Please. Also, you call Dante's pepperoni nipples when you have fucking double teeth. Okay, relax, buddy, for a milk.
Carantos?
Okay.
Slow down. Listen up, guys. We're going on to the 3rd round. Congratulations to our survivors so far. I'm proud of each and every one of you. You guys are doing a great job. Okay. Wow. All right.
A good topic.
Well, considering
You have another insightful question.
yeah,
about
actually, I wrote a lot of good
consent,
questions today. Thank you. I did write a lot of good questions today.
Ironically, the questions are better than the last 3
They are.
episodes.
I know. Thank you. Also, shout out to Kraken TV. It's with 3 A's, guys. You want to find her on kick.com. I don't know why she left instantly, but hopefully she's not mad. All right. Check this out, guys. Streamers like Aiden, Ross, and Sneeko are live streaming themselves across multiple streaming platforms while on these interactive chat applications like Omegle. Many of the people they run into are minors. Is it ethical to stream this content without the consent of the people that are chatting with these streamers? What about streaming gaming content in general where minors could be on the microphone? Go for it.
I don't think it even has to do with minors at the end of the day. And I'm sorry, Darius, this is going to come at you. Like streaming Tinder and shit like that. Like it's fun for the viewers, fun for us. God knows I fucking love the content. But, you know, you don't sign up for those websites thinking you're going to be broadcast to tens of thousands of people.
I mean, you don't sign up for like Facebook thinking you're going to be broadcasting to 10,000 people, but you end up doing it randomly when you make a weird comment inside someone's social media post. It doesn't really fucking matter, to be quite honest. When you're on social media, Tinder is a social media, like it or not, I don't fucking care what the fuck you think. You're going to be broadcasting. It is what it is. If you make a weird comment to someone, you're going to be on reddit.com/r/Tinder. It is what it is. And that's just fucking fact.
That's something that can happen, but you don't likely have that to happen. It's a 1 in a million.
It's not. You're not guaranteeing a likely. It's more of like this is what you're accepting when you go into it, right? Like when you go into Facebook.
When you click the terms of service, when you agree to the terms of service, it literally states that the company, for example, Instagram, Facebook, all these social media apps own 100% of the rights to you, meaning they can use you for, leave it on TikTok. They can use a video that you publicly distributed through their app, their company.
They can.
And use it as advertisement. But that also means that other creators are able to do so too. That's when you have to.
That is not what that means at all.
Yes, you have to write copyright appeals and all of that. So when you sign the terms of service, for example, places like Omegle, you have to be of a certain age and you agree to their terms. You're of a certain age to be on this public platform. So if other people are streaming, you know you're getting on Omegle, people are streaming.
I mean, no, hold on. Listen,
any social media or being on the internet at all, you should expect that that it's going to be out there forever.
Okay, but listen, when I made my first Facebook account, I was like 8 years old and I made it to play like Facebook games, you know? I'm not reading the fucking TOS. No one reads that shit. So it's like saying that everyone should read it. It's like, no one actually does.
Context is based in true.
That's how you people get fucked over because you don't actually read the terms of service. See, unlike
No, wait, you can't cite the term. Hold on, Zena, you cannot cite the terms of service and then say, well, you just accept that everyone else might do it. You accept that Tinder, Instagram, those platforms may use the shit you.
Halloween season, which is always fun.
But missing the target. Missed the target. There's a Friday the 13th.
It will.
There we go. Okay. A battle champion mark. Yeah, it has Jet Punch, Wave Crash, Haze, and Protect. I think I'm actually gonna hit it with I think I'm gonna put Encore on this thing so it's like supportive. I'm gonna take out Protect and Jet Punch, Wave Crash, Haze. I don't know where it learned Haze from. That's lucky. Around its moves. Okay. So Jet Punch, Encore, Wave Crash, and Haze. I'm gonna put more PP on Haze. Just so that I don't, or not on. Nope. Okay, well, Jet Punch. I guess that works. We'll put it on Encore. Food's here. Can tell the food's here because Loki won't stop barking. Alright, so we're gonna save my progress. I actually bought Breath of the Wild today and it's been pretty fun. I haven't gone very far, I don't think, because I was looking at the map and did not realize the small little space that I had just unlocked.
Realized too little too late because I knew there was a second where I like young Kidde. She's pretty good. I don't know what that was, don't ask me.
Next one wins.
No, frick! Oh.
Голосуйте за нас, потому что мы успешно наращиваем территории, реставрируем блеск Российской империи и гоняем бандеровцев. Украинцы обстреливают сами себя.
Headed to the big leagues, Jai Army! From the ruins of great Zimbabwe!
You are a disgrace to your name, kiddo.
I should be out there making them pay!
Move?
You chose this fate.
You think that's fast? Watch this.
All right, let's play. Ready to meet your end.
So who's the angel, who's the devil, though? That's the real question between Solomon and Johnny.
I'd like to think I'm always an angel.
Welcome to the Xbox Games Showcase Extended. My name is Tina Amini, and I'm here to dive a little bit more into the games you saw at our recent Xbox Games Showcase. Showcase featured 27 ambitious games, all coming to Xbox. Games like Clockwork Revolution from inXile Entertainment, Fable from Playground Games, and from our partners, Star Wars Outlaws from Ubisoft Massive in collaboration with Lucasfilm Games, and Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess from Capcom. Today, we'll take a closer look at some other games from our showcase lineup and introduce you to some more games too. We've got the game director of Avowed from Obsidian Entertainment breaking down the game's trailer, and the game director of Hi-Fi Rush from Tango Gameworks is here to tell us about their newest update. You'll also hear from Sarah Bond, head of the Gaming Ecosystem Organization for Xbox, who will tell us more about a program to bring games from underrepresented developers with unique visions to Xbox and Game Pass. And we may just have a few other fun guests in store for you too, so stay tuned. But first, let's check out the rainy streets and sinister markets of Cyberpunk 2077: Phantom Liberty.
Hello everyone. I'm really excited to welcome you to this exclusive Xbox store over Black Market, one of the locations in Dogtown that you are going to be able to explore in Cyberpunk 2077: Phantom Liberty. As you can see, Dogtown welcomes you with an open arms.
Too tame?
This is Black Market, a location where you as a player, as a mercenary, you can obtain unique cyberware and weapons, things that you cannot find anywhere in this world. Dogtown is a part of Night City, but has its own very distinct look and vibe. It's outside of the jurisdiction of NCPD, attracting all kinds of eccentrics and dangerous characters.
Radical mods, Jim. Never seen anything like that on a non-maelstromer.
You mean this? Ain't seen nothing yet. Check this out. Well, this here.
We have put a lot of work into making the world feel more alive. Small scenes, secrets to find, Easter eggs, make this place feel more vibrant and more believable.
Maintenance accessories and...
But what's inescapable in Dogtown is Kurt Hansen. Kurt is a leader of Borges militia who rules Dogtown with an iron fist.
You've come to the right place. NCPD, gang wars, not in Dogtown. Taxes, who the needs them? In Dogtown, I keep your business safe as long as you abide by my rules.
A really nice guy, as you can see.
So.
The Black Market also is a place where you can find new illegal weapons and goods. They are some of the most powerful items in the world, but are often much more dangerous to use. A new cyberware capacity system, which leads you to push your body to the limit and give you new abilities to deliver more thrilling gameplay experiences, like the air dash or the ability to see the enemies through the walls, or change your appearance to lose the heat. The Borges is the authorities of Dogtown, and they are more dangerous than NCPD. When you as a player commit crimes in Dogtown, they are the guys who are going to chase you. We have completely overhauled the police system. Police actions are more believable, dynamic, and diverse. The team has been working passionately to deliver you more deeper and meaningful experience, and I really cannot wait for you to find out more this September. See you in Dogtown.
We're not done talking about CD Projekt Red's next dive into the story between V and Johnny just yet. In fact, we're here with the voice and stylings of Johnny Silverhand, Keanu Reeves himself. Welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Likewise. Well, Phantom Liberty introduces us to an entirely new location in Night City. It's called Dogtown. It's this devastated place. It's controlled by a militia. But I think you know more about it than I do, so how would you describe it to players?
Night City has its own kind of levels to it, and I think Dogtown is kind of going down to a darker place. It's dystopian. It has a tension to it and this undercurrent of kind of violence, you know, like, and struggle. You know, can I swear?
Yeah.
Shit's gone down in Dogtown.
Oh, I like that tagline.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, I mean, hopefully it'll be fun for people to play there.
It's hard to believe that there's an underbelly to the underbelly that is Night City, right? Yeah, I'm a little scared, but in a good way.
No, it's a good way. I mean, we're all kind of drawn to, we're all moths to the flame, aren't we? And there's a lot of flame in Dogtown.
Well, if anyone can take it on, it's V, so that certainly gives me the confidence.
Yeah, V's a survivor.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
You know?
And we just saw a tour of Dogtown, too, so we got a little bit of that ambiance, and we can see what the environment is like. People are getting beat up. It's not good.
It's
not the friendliest place to be. You gotta be prepared for it, truly.
Yeah.
But in our tour, we also hear a recording from a Colonel Kurt Hansen. Who's this guy? Because he seems pretty dangerous, too.
Yeah. That guy. No, I'm sorry, I can't say that. My inner Johnny came out.
I think that's good. You know, we know the tone now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's ex-military, military too, ruthless, power hungry, manipulative, and Johnny doesn't like him.
I could see that. I mean, Night City in general is the kind of place that breeds that kind of character.
Yeah.
Let's take a step back. Let's talk about Johnny as a person instead of this horrible person known as Colonel Kurt Hansen. I don't know about this guy, but people like Johnny, and I think it's interesting because we know him to be opinionated. He's radical. We've seen that in Cyberpunk 2077 in the Man campaign, but as we get to know him, he's got a sensitive side too. He can actually be quite caring.
That's what makes it so much fun. He is outspoken. He's a little grumpy. And he has a right to be. He's been used, he's been abused, he's been abandoned. And I think that through that kind of hardness of his outside, there is a vulnerability to him. And I think what's great about it is I get to play that character in so many different ways, and so the range of it is cool.
And especially for the player, you get to see these moments in flashbacks. You start to understand he's a product of his upbringing, truly, of his surrounding.
Well, let's not get carried away. I mean, we can start talking about nature and nurture. I'm sorry, I keep dropping into Johnny. But, yeah, I like his anger. I like his passion. I like what he stands for. He's really just looking for a fair shot. And I love that he's kind of going through music, that there's an artist side to him. And, you know, I got some great speeches.
There's all these moments with Johnny where a tiny little thing, you know, elicits this really fun response. You can flip him off and he double birds you back. Like, I love those kind of moments.
Or rock.
I think another interesting lens of looking at him as we get into Phantom Liberty is his dynamic with Solomon Reed. So what can you tell me about Johnny's relationship with Idris Elba's character?
I think Solomon has some things in common with Johnny in the sense of the military, the sense of being used, abused. You know, it's in the title, right? They're fighting for a liberty. You know, Solomon's kind of trying to reclaim his life, you know, and Johnny's doing the same thing. You know, it's Cyberpunk 2077, so it might start off as revenge, and it might end as revenge, but I think sometimes he feels like he's lashing out at the wind, you know? And I think Solomon has been living out in the kind of the desert of his life, right? Kind of hiding and harboring.
Yeah.
But I think he also has that kind of soft and hard side to him as well.
So as somebody who's very familiar with thrillers, because you've starred in a few, what do you think about Phantom Liberty makes for a good spy thriller in particular?
The quest to understand what's going on. So, and the kind of scavenger hunt of information, the mystery, the double crossing, what is true, what's fiction, what can you count on, you can't count on anything. That is really kind of amplified.
Well, thank you so much for coming out to another Xbox presentation. You've got a lot of fans out there in the Xbox community, so I think I can speak for all of us in saying we really appreciate you showing up here today.
Oh, well, thank you.
But before
It's an
I
honor
close
to
things
be
out,
here. Yeah.
well, before I close things out, I'd love your help here, Keanu. How do you think Johnny would end this interview right now?
Well, there's a lot of ways you could do that. But, Tina, pleasure to meet you.
Oh, is that how Johnny would do it?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Johnny.
Nice to see
such
you.
a pleasure to have you here. I thought you were going to kick down the camera or something. So.
No, you see, he's respectful. You know, you're a good egg.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Yeah.
And I'll see you out there again soon.
I'm so sorry for dragging you all into this!
The world you think you live in doesn't exist. It's a pantomime. Theater. And if you get a glimpse behind the scenery, the stagecraft, you'll discover nothing but darkness. And once perceived, it will swallow you whole. I'm in a race against this darkness. A race to locate an ancient ruin, a tower of unspeakable power. I need the best of the best. But they're all dead. So I'll use you. Scoundrels, thieves, cutthroats, the best of the worst. Oh, come now. Try not to look so glum. You're going to help me save the world.
When it comes to RPG studios, Obsidian Entertainment is among the very best. From Fallout New Vegas and The Outer Worlds to Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2 and Pentiment, Obsidian Games have placed their stamp on the genre. Joining us today for a closer look at Avowed is game director Carrie Patel. Carrie, I'm so excited to have you here. We just saw this big reveal of Avowed, and there's so many little bits of information in there that I want to dig out and pick your brain around. But before we get into all that, I'm assuming that you don't need to have played Pillars 1 or 2 to really get into Avowed.
You're absolutely right. You don't need to have played Pillars 1 or 2. You can come to the world of Avowed fresh. We want this to be a welcoming experience to new players. But if you are a returning fan, there are some recognizable tidbits.
For people who have played Pillars 1 or 2, can you tease any more of just those general connections to the universe? And no major spoilers, of course.
Yeah. There are a couple returning characters that players might recognize from Deadfire in particular. Players who have played the original games will recognize some of the parts of the world and some of the factions. The Adirian Empire plays pretty heavily into the world of Avowed, so all of that will be familiar to returning players.
We do start to see some of that Pillars universe now in the Avowed setting, which is really exciting, and it's looking looking amazing so far, but can you confirm one thing for me? Are we still in Aora?
We're still in Aora, and specifically we're in a region called the Living Lands. So again, returning Pillars fans will recognize the Living Lands as this otherworldly frontier. It's very remote. It's relatively unknown. It's this very dramatic landscape full of all of these different valleys with these unique biomes and creatures, just a really unique visual perspective. And it's a wonderful frontiersy spot that's set for adventure. There's a lot that's undiscovered, and so that's the part of Aora that we're introducing players to in Avowed.
And we also see a character talking to us in the trailer. He seems like he might be a companion, because that would be a very Obsidian thing to do. So what's going on with that?
Yes, this is Kai, and he is one of the first companions you meet in the game. He's an Amawa. That's one of the unique species of the world of Aora. And Kai as a character brings a balance of this really battle-hardened perspective. He's seen a lot. He's served as a soldier and a mercenary, but he also has a really unique sense of humor. So he brings a spirit of levity and camaraderie to the party as well.
And as he's talking to us, he's also kind of conveying, well, he's straight up saying that he's afraid of you and your abilities. But it's not like the heroes are the only powerful beings in this universe. So I'm curious what that means for who we are as the player character. Are we a watcher again, like in Pillars 1 and 2, or maybe we have some connections to the spirit realm and beyond that gives us these terrifying abilities?
So you're not a watcher this time, but you do have a unique soul connection to the world. It gives you a connection to the Living Lands and to some of the more mysterious forces at work there. The player is also being sent as an envoy of the Adiran Empire, and so they come with both a very mysterious aura, but also a certain sense of political urgency.
Kai also mentions a plague. That's another bit of detail that we get within the trailer. We see a very concerning growth on a lot of the creatures in the world. What can you tell us about this plague?
I can't say too much just yet, except that it is a unique soul plague that is devouring the Living Lands, and part of the player's mission in being sent here is to investigate and try to stop it.
We also saw a lot of combat in the trailer, and we see dual-wielding pistols, we see spells, we see swords, we see just a ton of abilities. A lot that actually is really reminiscent of the Pillars universe too, but those were isometric top-down view games, and Avowed is a first-person game. So how did the team approach that same kind of fantasy combat, but in the first person for Avowed?
So we wanted to take that same depth and breadth of play styles and combat abilities and player fantasies, where you can play someone who's very magically attuned, more traditional fighter or ranger, and really invest in whatever play style is most appealing to you personally. We wanted to take that depth and breadth and translate it into a first-person experience, where you can feel the visceral nature of the attacks, feel the dynamism and the momentum of those attacks as you're executing them, and that means including a range of options like, as you noted, dual-wielding pistols, which is one of my favorites because you don't see that often in fantasy RPGs, but also traditional sword and board, a whole host of magical abilities, a lot of things that'll be both a little bit familiar but hopefully new to players as well.
And I've got one more question for you, because I know the audience is going to want to know this one, but just how big is this game?
So it's going to be roughly comparable to something like Knights of the Old Republic 2 or The Outer Worlds. It is set up as a series of interconnected open zones that players can explore at their own pace. You can invest in discovering every nook and cranny in the world, discovering every secret, finding every side quest, meeting every character, or you can have a much more focused experience. And it's really up to players and how much time they want to spend in the Living Lands, but I'm hopeful that they're going to spend a lot of time with us once Avowed releases.
Well, count me in as one of those players, because I definitely want to read and hear every line of dialogue, everything everyone has to tell me, and discover every inch of the Living Lands. Well, thank you again so much for being here, Carrie. This has been so insightful and fun.
Thank you, Tina. This has been a pleasure.
That was just a taste of what you can expect from Obsidian Entertainment when Avowed lands next year on Xbox, PC, and Game Pass.
퍼스트 디센던트는 언리얼 엔진 5를 사용한 차세대 3인칭 루트 슈터 게임으로 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S, 엑스박스 1을 포함해 콘솔과 PC 크로스 플레이가 가능하고 프리투 플레이로 즐기실 수 있도록 개발 중입니다. 퍼스트 디센던트에서 플레이어는 계승자가 되어 인류의 생존을 위해 침략자들에 맞서 싸우게 됩니다. 계승자는 플레이어의 캐릭터로서 다양하고 개성적인 컨셉과 전투 스타일을 가지고 있습니다. 플레이어는 계승자를 통해 잉그리스 대륙을 탐험하며 스토리를 체험하고 다양한 임무를 혼자서 혹은 협동 플레이로 수행하게 됩니다. 또한 최대 4인 협동 플레이로 거대 보스와의 레이드를 경험할 수 있습니다. 거대 보스별 다양한 기믹과 부위 파괴 등을 통해 밀도 높은 팀플레이를 체험하실 수 있습니다. 현재 개발팀은 작년 베타 테스트에서 플레이어분들에게 받은 피드백을 개선하는 작업과 신규 컨텐츠의 개발을 병행하고 있습니다. 지금 보시는 화면은 최초로 공개하는 엑스박스 시리즈 X의 실제 게임 플레이 영상입니다. 언리얼 엔진 5를 활용한 높은 퀄리티의 그래픽이 안정적으로 돌아가도록 열심히 개발 중에 있습니다. 신규 계승자 역시 개발 중에 있는데요. 이 계승자는 불을 이용한 독특한 컨셉의 플레이를 경험할 수 있도록 디자인되었습니다. 또한 자기장을 이용한 방어 능력과 비행 스킬을 지닌 새로운 캐릭터도 개발하고 있습니다. 플레이어분들이 더 많은 탐험을 하고 몰입감 넘치는 스토리를 경험할 수 있도록 다양한 환경의 신규 맵을 개발하고 있으며 새로운 타입의 보스 레이드 역시 지속적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 그리고 많은 분들이 요청하셨던 코스메틱 시스템도 도입 중에 있는데요. 캐릭터들마다 다양한 컨셉의 스킨을 제공할 예정이며 꾸미기 아이템을 통해 개성을 마음껏 뽐낼 수 있도록 지원할 예정입니다. 가장 많은 피드백을 받았던 그래플링 훅은 시스템을 완전히 변경하였습니다. 변경된 그래플링 훅은 조작에 따른 회전과 이동 시 가속 감속을 지원하여 조작의 재미를 훨씬 더 증대하였습니다. 이 밖에도 피드백을 반영하여 점프 모션, 총기 사운드, UI와 UX를 지속적으로 개선해 나가고 있으며 계승자 스킬을 개조할 수 있는 시스템도 개발 중에 있습니다. 게임 사운드 또한 글로벌 유명 게임 작곡가인 스티븐 바튼과 협업하여 보다 풍성한 청각적 경험을 제공하기 위해 준비 중에 있습니다. 마지막으로 여러분께서 가장 기다리실 소식을 전해드리겠습니다. 현재 저희는 연내 출시를 목표로 하고 있으며 그에 앞서 8월 엑스박스 시리즈 X와 S를 포함한 콘솔과 PC에서 크로스플레이 베타 테스트를 진행할 예정입니다. 베타 테스트는 8월 22일부터 8월 28일까지 일주일간 진행되며 오늘부터 공식 홈페이지를 통해 신청하실 수 있으니 플레이어분들의 많은 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다. Be the first descendant.
When we were wrapping up Banner Saga, we were really talking about what is it we want to do next.
We earnestly started with the idea of making a game that was hopeful, that was a triumph for the human spirit.
Something that had a lot of replay ability, something that you can really explore for a long time.
There are different worlds that we want to explore. Towerborn is that game. Towerborn is a fast-paced action RPG. It's a co-op game. You can play it online. You can play it on the couch with your friends and family. Everybody's moving through the world map together. As the players move out, they start breadcrumbing the storyline that is being told here. From the world map, you go into fun, fast combat. You come out of that with resources and crafting items, and with all their new loot, they can go back to the Belfry.
The Belfry is the player's safe haven and humanity's safe haven. The player can customize their appearance, their loadout, talk to all these different NPCs.
The world itself is a mix of 3D and 2D. We definitely wanted to have that kind of beautiful background that you see in animated movies.
Towerborn is all about humanity's last chance at survival.
Humanity is clinging to hope and clinging to this tower.
It is your mission to try to hold the forces of darkness at bay, to give humanity a chance at survival.
The most important thing about the gameplay is it's just fun. And it kind of just amplified its fun the moment you added another player. All of the players can build their character in a way that's specific to them. It just turns into this back and forth exploration. Like, let's try to do this one combo, and then let's see if you can do a follow-up. From a couch co-op perspective, that's just really fun because there's not too many couch co-op games anymore.
I'm hoping in 5 years from now, it's in a place that I never even would have thought of.
It's a seasonal game, which is different for us.
Players can expect a new storyline with new quests, new biomes. We'll be rolling out new gear, new monsters, new bosses.
Expanding on the content in a continuous, organic way, so it just becomes a living world.
When we started Stoic, we decided, let's just make games that we feel strongly about and we want to play. We had to find the right relationship with a publisher, and I think we found that with Xbox. They've enabled us to make the game that we want to make here. I earnestly cannot wait for the community to see the game that we're rolling out here. Towerborn is, I really believe, something unique.
There's that roar again.
You gotta protect the pit stop, please.
What the hell is that thing?
Hello, I'm John Rush, art director for Fallout 76. I hope you enjoyed the world premiere of the trailer for our Once in a Blue Moon update coming June 20th, free to play for anyone who owns Fallout 76. The blue moon has risen over the hills of Appalachia, bringing with it a ton of great new content for players. That includes new cryptids like the Blue Devil and Ogwa to threaten the progress of the Blue Ridge Caravan Company. We've also got 2 new public events, both of which give you a chance to earn caravan and cryptid-themed rewards. Defend the Middle Mountain pit stop from waves of monstrous creatures and safe and sound. And thwart a horde of crazed cultists and beasts of burden. With Season 13, we've also got a new scoreboard called Shoot for the Stars, which celebrates the stars of the silver screen and gives you a chance to earn cinema-themed rewards. And we're not done yet. Next year, we're taking players to Atlantic City, where they'll gamble on the fates of new factions for the opportunity to win big. Do your part in helping the Blue Ridge Caravan Company and earn rewards along the way. Once in a Blue Moon is coming June 20th. Appalachia is coming at ya. We'll see you there.
What's this? What happened now?
We've just seen a new trailer for updates coming to Hi-Fi Rush called Arcade Challenge Update. No joke, there's literally exclamation points in there. That's not just me. So here to explain that and more about the update is game director John Johannes. Welcome to Showcase Extended, John.
Really glad to be here.
Exclamation points?
They have to be in there.
Yeah. It feels
it's
intentional.
style. It's style. Yeah.
It's a style thing. Well, Hi-Fi Rush is such a stylish game in general. I think that's one of the things that people really excitedly pointed out when we shadow dropped the game in the developer direct earlier this year. But making a brand new IP is always a bit of a risk. Your studio's known for kind of scarier games like The Evil Within and Ghostwire Tokyo.
Can't deny that. But yeah, this type of game is something I just always wanted to make personally. And I just thought music and action work so well together. And after I had finished working on The Evil Within 2, it just felt like the right time to try something new. And our studio has always been about just making fun games. It doesn't have to be about a certain genre. We're not about making one specific thing.
And fortunately, there's plenty more of that content to come because we just saw an absolutely jam-packed trailer. So I'd love for your help in breaking down all the details, all the stuff going into this update.
Sure. There's a lot, so bear with me. Everything in this mode is unlockable once you've finished the game, and you'll unlock an arcade cabinet in your hideout. And by accessing it, you get 2 new modes. One is called BPM Rush mode, which takes the gameplay up to like higher speeds than we've ever done in the main game. And the other is called Power Up, Tower Up, which is a new sort of randomized spin on the rhythm tower mode that we had in the original game. And included in this mode are 5 new original songs to play to, as well as 2 brand new enemies. And then there's special attacks and this whole meta system for unlocking upgrades and rewards. And that's all I can think of right now.
I love that there's so much to unpack there, but let's rewind. Let's talk about just BPM Rush for now.
Sure.
It was described in the trailer as effectively Hi-Fi Rush's equivalent of a turbo mode. Can you explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, early on, the team was like, how fast can we go? And in the game, we kind of settled at, about a max 160 BPM. But this mode really takes it up to 200 BPM. But we sort of ease you in there. It's a gradual upgrade until it eventually gets so fast, you just got to sort of think on your feet and naturally react to the rhythm in the combat of the game.
I personally love that there's a lot of accessibility settings in the game, too. It makes it so that you can adjust the game to your own comfort level. But this is a post-game challenge. It's meant for when you've gotten into the rhythm of the game. So I'm curious if you have any pointers on as far as how to tackle that challenge.
As an action game, I think a lot of people want that sort of next-level challenge, another way to use their abilities in a new type of environment. This mode does that by putting you at the high speed. But we also have multiple difficulties. We have an easy mode for people who want to experience what that's like, but maybe are not in tune with that sort of high difficulty that's accompanied with this stuff. But then we have a casual normal mode as well. And then we have, after beating those modes, we can unlock an EX mode, which takes up to a hard level where damage is multiplied and keeps you at that high BPM throughout the entire time.
But there already was a post-game challenge when Hi-Fi Rush launched. It was the Rhythm Tower mode. You mentioned that briefly earlier. That's the one where you face just increasingly difficult combat. So how has that evolved with the Power Up, Tower Up mode?
So the Rhythm Tower mode was kind of like a very curated experience. And while it was very challenging, you can prepare, go in and sort of customize your character, know what you're getting into. And in this mode, we flip it to the almost opposite end. Chai starts off downgraded. We actually remove all your abilities, and you have to earn them back by fighting waves of randomized enemy sets. And after every wave of enemies, you get to choose from a series of power-ups that can gradually increase your stats. But each of these upgrades comes with either bonus or negative modifiers as well to the gameplay, so you can take more risks or less risks depending on which upgrades you pick. And again, those upgrades are randomized each level, so you really kind of have to have an understanding of the systems and not quite master them, but have a good grasp if you want to go in and come out on top.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, it was a really packed trailer. There was a lot of information in there. It's a chonky update. So what else have you got for us? Because I feel like there's more on the table there.
Yeah, so by playing in the 2 modes, you unlock these rewards through these challenges that are connected to these 2 modes. And in those rewards are things like accessories for Chai and new costumes for Chai 808, and even as well as fan favorite Corsica. We have new modes for the photo mode as well. Things like new filters. We have new poses for the characters. We have stickers that you can place on the photos now. And then there are some extra hidden secrets that we don't want to give away right now, which, as you know from our game, we like to hide in there and we like people to find, which is always fun. And then in conjunction with this release, we're also releasing a separate costume pack, which is a kind of take on what the characters would look like if maybe this game took place in a different time period.
Ooh, a little tease. I like that.
And there's some really fun-looking stuff in there, so.
Well, thank you again so much for coming out all the way from Japan to Showcase Extended, John.
I'm super glad to be here.
That's all we have to share about the new update for Tango Gameworks' Hi-Fi Rush coming soon. Now it's time for us to return to the second era of Tamriel in the Elder Scrolls Online. ZeniMax Online Studios debuted the trailer for their upcoming expansion at Showcase, and today they're here to break that trailer down for us. Let's hear what the team has to say about the Necrom expansion for Elder Scrolls Online.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for watching the Xbox Showcase. I'm Rich Lambert, the creative director on Elder Scrolls Online.
And I'm CJ Greb, I'm the project art director for Elder Scrolls Online.
One of the really interesting things about Elder Scrolls Online is it's different than really any other game out there. It's not your typical level-gated world. Go anywhere, you can explore in any order you want to.
You really can hop in at any moment, play with anybody, can play any part of the game.
And any story.
And of course, I mean, we're on Xbox Game Pass, you know, the biggest open world RPG on Xbox. And if you're at all a fan of Elder Scrolls, you can go places that you maybe have never gone before in an Elder Scrolls game,
and do things that you've never been able to do. There's so many different activities to participate in. You know,
housing.
We've got lore hunting and antiquities, right? There's the dungeons and the trials.
And you can, of course, always revisit lands that you've been to before. We've got Skyrim, Morrowind.
Yeah, and they're different times. You know, we're almost 1,000 years in the past.
Come in by yourself, come in with friends, but don't worry that you're ever not going to have something to do, because there are adventures everywhere you go. We had an awesome trailer during the showcase. Necrom, Hermaeus Mora.
Yeah.
What's it all about, Rich?
Hermaeus Mora is this Daedric god of knowledge. He's not good, he's not evil. He is just focused on cataloging the world and collecting everything he possibly can to study. And what you kind of see in the trailer is Mora kind of always on guard, always looking over and watching what's kind of going on. And you get to see some nostalgia in there as well from the Dragonborn DLC in Skyrim with the yellow-green skies.
The vast inky sea, the stacks of books.
I'll still never forget the first time you showed us the initial concepts for everything made out of books. I remember looking at that going, oh my God, how are we going to do this? Like, how is this going to run?
We always try to honor the past, right? Because when we go back to areas that people who play Elder Scrolls games have played, they know these lands. We want them to feel like they're coming home, right? But we have the chance to add a little into the mix.
The art team was able to really play with kind of cool, unique monsters.
Yeah, we were given some great places to go for new monsters in the zone. We were looking at making a creature that would kind of freeze you in terror as soon as you saw it, and a creature that has a deeper connection to the overall story of the zone.
We've also got the Tavani Peninsula, kind of the Morrowind vibe.
It's always fun to go back to this part of Tamriel because it's one of the most imaginative and sort of like visually expressive things that has ever been created for an Elder Scrolls world. And then, of course, Necrom City itself.
This ancient city that, you know, is rumored to have been built, you know, even before the Tribunal was even established.
Right.
Being able to play with that and look at that architecture and this ancient city of the dead.
And you guys gave us a new class to do.
The Arcanist draws their powers from Hermaeus Mora. We really challenged ourselves and the team to make something
share, but there is nothing in there that says, therefore, you should also expect that other people are going to be streaming this shit to thousands of people. There's nothing in there.
And if you're on the internet, that's why, as a parent, you should be teaching your kids. Your kids shouldn't be on the internet under 16 anyway. That's a different.
True.
But if your children are on the internet, you should know, like, you know, the internet is malicious. You can't expect everybody to be fucking humble and have good heart and good intentions. You can't expect that, even right now.
We're not talking about expecting. We're talking about should they be allowed to do it. We're not talking about should you expect it. We're talking about should they be allowed to do it. So just because you should expect it, should they?
It's the fucking internet. They're gonna.
That's not how this works. Not at all. There is so much shit you would not be okay with happening. How do you like when people keep going in on you about Sneeko? How do you like that? Zena, how do you like that? How do you like when everyone keeps
wait, hold on, wait. Yeah, one at a time. Like and ask your questions, Zena, respond.
How do you like when people keep taking digs at you about Sneeko. Keep making jokes, keep shitting on you.
What's the do with the question, you dumb ass?
No, you dumb ass, you stupid piece of shit. The whole point is that you don't like it, and at the end of the day, you wouldn't accept that the internet is just the internet, so this is okay.
Stop. That's a perfect example because look what you just tried to do right now. Did I sign up for you trying to use Sneeko's name for your bullshit ass content? No, bitch, but you did it anyway because it's the internet. So you contradicted yourself, you fucking
No, you fucking moron. I literally just asked you if you like that other people do that. That's what I'm asking you.
Bitch.
Oh, good one. Oh, see, you got caught in a fucking trap. Now you can't get out of it. Soy boy bitch.
At the end of the day, people do it. Me, I don't give a fuck because it is the internet. You have to understand when I go, just like my past, I knew distributing certain things on the internet, it's always going to be on the internet. You have to make that conscious decision to know people on the internet are going to be malicious and they're going to save and do these types of things. That's why children should not be allowed on the fucking internet to begin with.
So we're gonna try two things.
You know what happens at terms of service? It gets sent to your parents when you go ahead and sign up for an account that's under 18. The thing is, people lie about their age all the time on Omegle, Facebook, all these things, and then the terms of service gets sent to themselves, and they go ahead and they just say yes. They don't read it or whatever. I don't give a fuck if you don't want to read it. You don't want to read it. It is what it is. But like I'm telling you right now, but Tinder, I've talked to girls under 18, of course. But if there is a girl that's under 18 and I suspect what's going on, I don't engage with them, right? But they shouldn't be on that app in general. They should be on the app in general.
It's like on there. Like
I got a
just
take.
Because other people want to use this certain type of content for their own monetization, they have 100% rights to do that.
What right?
Like that's it. Like
what right? You keep saying you have a right because you expect this. There are two things. I'm gonna go debate bro for a second. I apologize to everyone. There are two things. There's descriptive and prescriptive. Descriptive, you're right. It is the internet. You should expect this shit. Be fucking ready, right?
Before you continue your point, wait. I'm gonna let
you. GG has to talk. Shut up.
He's about to, but what I'm saying is,
GG, say what you're gonna say.
Certain streamers. The question was brought up about certain streamers. Mind you, I watch every single Sneeko stream. I know for a fact that clip is out of context because it was a joke, and he always says, "I'm streaming," by the way. So he lets you fucking know that he's streaming, and you can opt out and hit the skip button. He lets you know.
What clip are we talking about, though? Hold on. What clip?
Last time I checked on Omegle, but whatever.
What clip are we talking about?
Now let him talk.
What clip are we talking about exactly?
Yeah, can we specify? He made a joke, and he was like, and they said, how underage.
All right, so here's the thing about Omegle, right? So my chat really wanted me to do it one time. So watching and observing Omegle in general, I think that any content creator that does Omegle is hoping they run into an underage chick on purpose for wow factor. Because you're hoping you run into a gay dude. That's what I think personally. I think that people do Omegle to run into those type of chicks for wow factor, because how come every time somebody goes viral for some shit, it's about running into an underage chick?
It's literally about jokes, bro. Nobody seriously.
But you can't joke about that shit. Like when you do Omegle,
doing it on a public.
I'm not saying Sneeko though. So you don't got to be super passionate because I'm not talking about Sneeko. I'm just talking about like from a grand scale. If I hop on Omegle, I'm like, the wow factor is maybe I might run into like a 13-year-old chick and I might say something wild to try to go viral. You know how stupid human beings are. The average human being just wants to go viral. Go on TikTok, everybody wants to go viral. Go on fucking the search engine on Instagram, everybody wants to go viral. The only reason as a content creator I would hop on Omegle is to try to I'm just saying this in general. You're hopping on Omegle to try to go viral. So you want to say something stupid to an underage chick, or you want to say something to a gay dude, or you want to run into a trans person. That's why people do Omegle as content creators. There's no other reason. You're doing it for wow factor. Why else would you want to talk to a fucking stranger?
Yeah, you think
because you're not going to run into a hot chick. You're like, what's the chances you run into a hot chick on Omegle? Like, most people are ugly by default. So you're not going to run into a hot chick in the first fucking place.
I think people go on Omegle. There's more shit than that. They're like guys that do like improv songs. They do freestyle raps. They do all kinds of random.
Omegle?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, 25.
Omegle is shock value content. That's all it is. It's shock value content. So you know when you hop on shock value content, you're gonna run into fucking little kids hopping on there. Like there was a clip. I'm not gonna say who it is. There was a clip with somebody saying, I guess the chick was 13 and she had like a slave physique. Slave physique is like big giant fucking ham hock ass and titties. So he was like, how old are you? She said, I'm such and such. He told her to flip around because she actually had ass in pajamas, regardless of age. That was for wow factor. Why the fuck else are you on Omegle? Or wow factor? That's the only reason. And not even to put Sneako's name in it, but Sneako does Omegle for Wow Factor. He likes fucking with people. Sneako is a psychological person. He likes fucking with people.
Like,
you said what?
Yeah, obviously jokes. Like,
yeah,
obviously
it's just
when they say they're underage, what does he do?
That's what I'm saying. It's for jokes. So you're doing it on purpose to run into something that you can go viral and something that's risque, something that's taboo.
It's like
it'd be different if for example, like it wasn't done like publicly for that exactly that wow factor versus someone getting exposed because they were privately DMing, knowing an underage girl is underage, and they were knowingly DMing her like, oh, let me fly you out. Oh, don't tell
private
nobody.
is completely different than public.
But if you know it's underage chicks on Omegle, why would you hop on as a content creator? This goes for anybody. I don't give a fuck who it is. I'm not calling anybody out single-handedly. I'm just saying if you know it's gonna be little ass girls on there, why the fuck are you on Omegle? There's plenty of ways to entertain your audience.
Yeah,
like,
I just want to say with Omegle in general.
You can go into Sneako's Discord and go ahead and drag people in, and they'll probably be like 15, 14-year-olds. You know, Sneako has like a pretty immature audience.
We all got young fans. We all got young fans. We all got young fans.
No fucking Discord. Don't play with me, because I ban you. If you tell me you're 14 or under the age of fucking you have to be at least 16 to be in that fucking Discord.
How the fuck do you know? Like, we all got young fans. How the fuck do you know?
Okay, again, let me talk.
She meant 18, guys. She meant 18.
Faggot. Like, shut up. So again, and you say you're underage, I'm kicking you off the Discord. Obviously, people will lie and say they're 18, but if I knowingly see you telling someone, or you're in a voice chat, or you're texting someone, and it gets reported to me that you're underage and you're making improper conversations in the fucking love speech server,
look at the Discord mob.
This is actually
Discord mob behavior, but it's a woman, so it's like.
Wait, hold on. So you're Sneako. Wait, hold on real quick. I got something to ask. Yo, I got something to ask.
Whoa, wait.
You're underage, you're getting banned.
Okay, chill, hold on.
You're not
I think
coming in the server underage.
real quick, Malik hasn't spoken in a while. She wanted to get something, and then it sounded like Lothier got a question. Go for it.
Yeah, so in regards to minors being on Omegle, I don't think it's necessarily wrong of a content creator to stream a platform where there could be minors, like a video game or Omegle, whatever, as long as you're not asking the children to do explicit things. I don't see anything wrong with that. It's funny, it's whatever. Like Lothier God said, it's the wow factor, okay? I don't think it's right to flirt or sexualize or anything to the kids, okay? However, it's ultimately up to the parents' fault to keep their kids off the fucking internet. If there's a kid on the internet and you run into them and you make content out of that and you go viral, too bad. Too bad for the kid, too bad for the parents.
She's not wrong. At the end of the day, those kids are like, when you see those people make the videos where they're doing the normal content that isn't like weird or cringy or anything like that, like these people can then say, hey buddy, do you mind if I post this online? If they're an adult, that's fine. But then you have kids that are like, 14, 15 saying, oh yeah, go ahead and post this. We don't want kids doing that, right? And I think that takes us back to the original point, which is, should people be using Omegle content and other internet content that wasn't meant to be streamed to do streaming?
Lothier got at a.
Let Lothier God go.
Yeah, Lothier got at a question.
It was a funny question. I had a question for The Witcher. So you're Sneako's girl and you do Discord modding?
No, she created the server.
That's a W. That's all I gotta say. I gotta give you kudos for that, because you're not gonna find a chick who's hot and can run a Discord. That's it. That was it.
Discord mod. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Can I talk? You fucking yo camera dusty as fuck. Like, shut the fuck up. Anyway, I'm saying, like, the point of me bringing that up is like I'm trying to help. I help monetize a Discord, rebuilding and running a big Discord. Berserker's Discord. Just underage people don't need, like, you can mod that shit out. Like, underage people don't need to come in there talking about their sexual anything. Like, that's inappropriate, and I banned that immediately. So his comment was retarded. Like, I don't allow that. Yes, people lie about their age, but as long as I don't see anything actually going crazy, and my mods are psycho, so if someone comes in there saying they're 14 and then is like flirting or saying anything sexual, they get instant perma ban, and we put the description like, this person's underage, they're not allowed in, and we ban alt accounts. Like, I don't play with that pedo shit at all. I don't play with that.
If not, you have to show
Is that even what the conversation was about?
Hey, this is literally RTBA.
He's talking over.
I don't know where we're at this conversation.
Shut the fuck up. Like I'm gonna make sure.
Okay, listen. Is that even what the, I feel like the conversation?
Wait, Xena, Darius, both of you stop. Xena, hold on. Dantes wants to get on.
Okay, yeah. I don't know why she's getting like so caught up on this pedophilia thing. Like, I feel like what we were talking about was making content out of underage people, right? And that's not necessarily just like.
It's about his comment.
His comment was trying to say there's little kids in the server, and the point is, if
I
someone
mean, that might be, yeah. What's your point?
The point is, when that is said, we take you to the report server that we created, and then the mods admin team, we go through and we have to verify you legally. Like, you have to cover out your name and.
That didn't feel like anything else that we have built.
For watching it.
トリプルスしたらすることが少なくありません。もちろん討伐せずに無視することもできますが、ミッション達成の妨げになる可能性が。
Gaming has the power to immerse the planet. It is accelerate mind immersion. Let's take a developer.
In a lifetime out of this world opportunity. So let's get started.
So it goes back to November. Huge fan of the because Arrakis, I think this is absolutely possible, and in Flight Sim we made it work.
Patrice, we're here. Can we go in?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it.
Normally we'd go in through the climbing up the landing gear, but this will do.
Yeah, so what's cool about this, Paris, is that all those buttons are actually realistically hooked up to the system. Master engine switch, what you're doing there above those, the red, are basically all the lights.
And as you notice, it's all analog because in the world of Dune, there's no thinking machines. Thinking machines have been illegal for 10,000 years.
Yeah, that was actually fascinating when we implemented it. Because it's a science fiction, we thought, oh, it's glass cockpits, everything's going to be computerized. Like, none of it is. This is a very practical helicopter, almost like from the 1960s.
So Jorg, in the first movie, the Thopter was able to do a lot of cool moves and maneuvers. You're going to be able to reproduce that in Flight Sim?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, the really cool design that you guys came up with is each blade is independently controlled. So each blade has its own lift and thrust. And that means it can go from a really stable hover to a steep dive and back to a glide instantaneously. I would just say thank you that you designed such an awesome and realistic machine, because that's what we do. We bring realistic machines to life. But if you want to see a little bit more about the game design, I have something for you.
Absolutely, I'd love to see.
All right, so the setup for this expansion is that you are a Atreides pilot on Arrakis flying an ornithopter. Here is what we built. We basically built this section of Arrakis. Here's the capital city of Arkeen. Here's a botanical garden. We have that as well. And the first thing we do is we train you up. The fast takeoff, fast landing, and then the deep dive. And then we take you to some of the extreme locations, like the bow of the cliff, the hole in the rock, the red chasm. You really have to show your pilot skills. And then, towards the end, then there's a secret mission, which I can't talk about today, but that basically wraps up the experience. It's gonna be great.
Super exciting. Hey.
It was great to see you again.
Barris, thank you for coming.
Thank you so much for having me. All right, Jorg, where to next?
Well, I don't know what they eat on Arrakis, but this is Budapest, and I hear they have excellent goulash. I know a place.
Well, let's go.
Liza P. is a thrilling Souls-like that takes the story of Pinocchio, turns it on its head, and sets it against the darkly elegant backdrop of the Belle Epoque era.
Finally, we meet.
You are awakened by a mysterious voice.
Can you hear me?
You must adapt yourself and face untold horrors, untangle the unfathomable secrets of the city, and choose whether to confront the
You're robbing yourself. You don't stream on a platform that gives you a 95-5 split on subs. That doesn't have ads. That won't ruin the fucking viewer experience, regardless of whether they're a sub or not. So I'll ask you both. What do you guys think about Kick? And Dantes, I heard that you're interested about moving to Kick.
Yep.
You know, maybe a little update on that would be nice. But let's start off with low tier God. What do you think about Kick?
What do I think about Kick? All right, so before I got my Twitch back in March, I was banned for 6 months for donating subs to somebody, gifting subs. So it took me 6 months to get back on the platform. So I was in a rock and a hard place. I lost my YouTube channel. Was trying to figure out where to stream. I was on Trovo, for goodness sakes. I was just like, you know what, low tier God, I'm done. So I heard about Kick, and I was like, wait a minute, I feel like I'm at home again. I could talk shit. I can roast the fuck out of people. I don't have to worry about getting banned. But then I got my Twitch back. So the reason why I'm predominantly on Twitch is because I can monetize my streams. Like I believe in a reality of time and revenue. Like as men, those are the most two important things, time and revenue. Like I don't have ass tits. I can't go suck somebody up, be a waiter, and catch Brad Pitt. So for me, Kick, I think is a dope platform to let loose for sure. Like let's just say if I got a contract, I would be here over it for sure, because I don't have to worry about any types of bag at all, and I could just unleash everything that my audience is crying for. So it's just about being able to monetize yourself, because I've been streaming for, chat, how long have I been streaming? 2-3 hours? About 2-3 hours. What time we come on here, Destiny? 3 o'clock? So 3 hours, I got 2 subs. So this is just pure just satisfaction for the audience. And most people can't sub on the app. So it's just little grammatical errors, you know, little technical errors that need to happen. They can only sub on desktop. You know, if I'm on Twitch,
or going through their web browser on their phone. Yeah, I mean the app.
That's what I'm saying, but you got to remember the average person is lazy. You know that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I agree with you. The app needs a lot of work. I think everybody here agrees. The fucking app needs a lot of work. Yeah, Dantes.
Yeah, I mean, listen. It's just one of those things where, like, I feel like streaming is kind of separate into like 3 areas, right? So you have the first one, which is like the amount of money you can actually make from the platform itself. Then you have the other one, which is how much you can actually grow as a streamer. And then you have the other one, which is like your relationship with the company, right? And it's one of those things where if you were to be a league streamer and you switch over to Kick, you're not making any growth as a streamer. You're just not. Because there isn't, like, streaming on Kick, you stream if you're either a just chatting streamer or if you're a slot streamer. That's it. That's the only way that you can actually grow, because that's what's being pushed. And even then, the majority of the people that are at the top, they're people who were banned on Twitch and they had to come here, and they're just bringing their communities here, right?
Or they have that fucking contract.
Yeah, so that's why it's one of those things where to make the switch right now as a gaming streamer makes no sense, right? And then you could make the argument of like, okay, but what about so like you're not going to grow, right? And then like Low Tier God was saying, like the reasons why even though you might have a higher sub split, doesn't necessarily mean you're getting more subs. You also can't get primes or anything like that. And then the other thing would be like your relationship with the company itself, right? And the way I view it is that just because Kick responds to its streamers, and just because they're very, I guess, like open with the people on their platform, it doesn't necessarily mean that they have a good relation with them, because it's one of those things where right now they have to be. So the way that I would see it is like, if they offer good contracts, then it's kind of like their show of good faith of like, all right, well, we know what you're risking, and we're willing to supplement your income by this much by giving you a good contract. So unless you get a good contract, right? Like, I was in talks with Kick for a little while, and we didn't come to an agreement, right? But it's just one of those things where if you could get to an agreement, then I could see why you would want to like pursue it, right?
wait, outside of getting the contract, don't you see any incentive behind, like, let's say the 95-5 split or the lack of ads that's going to take away from the viewing experience from people that are not sub to you? No. Like, don't you see things there that might put you closer to getting on Kick?
Throwing the last poll in
the
Kick
reason
chat,
why
guys.
is because first off, for me, it's one of those things where the money is like whatever. Once you're making over a certain amount of money a month, whether you're making way more than that or the same amount, it's like it doesn't really change your life too much, right? And it's also the fact that moving to Kick nukes all the people who would just passively lurk your stream, right?
Vote
like the people
for
who
the
just sit there
winner
and they'll click on your stream because there's no one else live. Like
of
those
Keep-
people, they're just gonna watch someone else now.
Or Kick, I don't.
So
Or Kick or
you're
Kick.
kind
I
of like
keep forgetting what
moving
we
and
call
you're
this,
just
but-
bringing over your core audience, but it's like you're bringing over your core audience and you're not really benefiting that much in like a growing perspective. Like when I was 100 viewers, I turned down this like 6-figure deal from Facebook, right, to stream on Facebook, because I said, okay, you know what, I think I could grow more on Twitch. And it's just one of those things where as you grow, you always have to keep in mind that if you're going to move platform for a bag, you could be potentially missing out on a bigger bag by being on the platform that allows you for the most discoverability.
But hold on now, you're not only moving for the bag necessarily. One of the reasons why you want to move away, or at least you are in negotiations with Kick and trying to move away from Twitch, was the treatment that you were getting. Like you said, you've been blackballed based on.
Hold on. Listen, this is the thing though. What is the difference between Kick and Twitch if Kick would be willing to offer me a bad deal just because they know that Twitch is mistreating me? Do you see what I'm getting at? And that was one of the thoughts that I had. I was like, let's say Kick really does care about me. They care about like the viewer. They care about all these things, or the streamer. Then would they not want to give you a good deal or a good offer as a show of good faith? And if they're willing to just, I guess, like give like a lower one, then it's one of those things where you're not really better than Twitch so much as it is that you're just doing what you have to do until you become a competitor with them.
Okay, so it's like same animal, different beast type shit. It's not like you know,
exactly.
the grass is not greener on the other side. When you went to the negotiations table, you realized they were kind of fucking butt fucking you because it was your only avenue, because they realized, hey, he's not gonna go back to Twitch. He's already fucking pissed off where he's at. So we can fucking give him a bad deal.
Like, the thing about me is I can like dislike Twitch as much as I want, but at the end of the day, the majority of my viewers are on Twitch. So if I have to stream on that platform to please the majority of them, I'm gonna do that, even if it means that I'm supporting a company that I dislike, right?
Okay, what besides a Kick deal that's not bad or unfair could Kick do to incentivize people like you to come on Kick? I'm curious.
I think the biggest thing that Kick would honestly have to do would just be like, I feel like they would, I mean, they're already doing a good job because having the good sub split makes it so that all like the streamers who want to develop and who want to grow and who want to become full-time, like the 5-viewer, 10-viewer, 20 viewers, they're all already going to Kick because they say, okay, well, more money means that it's more of a possibility that I can like grow, or I can make it my full-time career, right? But the problem is that for the people who already have a set viewer base on Twitch, unless you're getting a contract, you're not just going to switch over for no reason, because there isn't enough of, it's almost like there's not a big enough pie to incentivize like switching over.
I think a big pie, not necessarily switching over, but the fact that Kick, I don't know if they do it for everybody, but the fact from what I heard that they offer non-exclusive deals where you could still stream on Twitch. Why wouldn't you take that contract when you can do both? Like, do you only have one pair of shoes?
Listen, I agree, but I think that the contract would have to be good enough to make it worth it, because you'd have to realize that for all the hours you'd be spending on Kick, that's X amount of hours that your competition on Twitch is growing and you're not, right?
That's true.
So that's why it has to be like the non-exclusive thing is the only thing that makes it appealing, but then it has to be a good enough deal where you'd say, okay, you know what, it's worth it.
Where I could still juggle both, basically. Where I could like, even I could have a good contract, right, and have like, I could spend maybe 80% of my time on Twitch and then the other 20% on Kick, which is what I'm trying to do right now with zero contract.
Yeah, no, but that's why the thing about, listen, I'll just like speak bluntly, right? One of the big things about Kick as well is that gambling is a big part of it, right? And the thing is, if you're gonna bring over your audience, right, to Kick, it is unstoppable that some of the viewers will watch other streamers who end up being slot streamers. So by proxy of you switching over, you also have to keep in mind that some of the viewers that you bring over may one day end up becoming gambling addicts or things like that, just because of your switch, right? So I feel like that's also.
Wait, you really believe that?
I mean,
you really believe that? Because at the end of the day, they could do the exact, like on let's say on Twitch itself, if you have an audience that fucks with League of Legends, they wouldn't necessarily fuck with slots because they could find slots on Twitch itself. So why would it make it much more appealing?
Even if it's 1%, imagine even 1% of your audience decides that once you go offline, they want to watch another streamer that's doing slots. 1%. So you have 1,000 viewers, 10 decide to watch slot streamers. Imagine over the course of a year, 10 of those viewers, right, over the course of all like that 1% viewers, 10 of those viewers end up becoming gambling addicts or whatever it might be. That's because of you, right?
So it's,
but that's also possible on Twitch though. That's the thing though, right? That's also possible on Twitch.
Well, I mean,
it's not like
if I play Street Fighter every day, right? All right, so example, I'm known for Street Fighter, right? So there's so many people that are like, yo, LTG, like I started playing Street Fighter because of you. Like, how could I get better? So that goes with any fucking thing that you do on stream.
But the difference is that someone sits there and they get addicted to, let's say, Street Fighter or League of Legends, right? It's not like they're gonna sit there, they're gonna get their paycheck and they're gonna put that shit into Sweet Bonanza, right?
I feel you.
And it's like the thing too is that gambling, it's not just about you, right? It's also about your family, your relationships, friendships, all the things like that. So that's why it's one of those things where I feel like Kick should take into account 100%, even if you're not doing slots and that's not in your contract, that some of your viewers that you bring over, if you have a massive audience, could end up be like getting into gambling as well. And if they're willing to like offer, let's say, lower deals, even in spite of that fact, then it's just not worth switching.
I think that the earlier contracts were based off of slots. I've never seen Destiny play slots, or I'm not sure if he has a contract.
Well, you can have, as far as I know, you can have like slot contracts or non-slot contracts, and that just depends on like what you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I don't fuck with gambling. Like I'll play a roulette, win 60 and leave. So I would never do gambling, but my audience is still gonna be influenced by anything that I fucking do. Or anything that I say, just by default. That's human nature to follow suit. That's what we do. The human beings are basically copycats. We're a copycat species.
Yeah, and that's why earlier I was saying, right? It's like, as a content creator, you do have that responsibility, and then you're gonna have like all those streamers that will say things like, "Oh no, chase your bag," you know, like you do you, take all the sponsors, do all that. But at the end of the day, you're the one that's in the position you're in because of the one viewer who supports you, right?
Dantes, let me provide a little bit of pushback right here because, you know, it seems to me, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, it seems to me that there's quite a bit of virtue signaling going on here because the reason why you didn't come over to Kick was because they disrespected you with the contract. But now we're talking about you need to be mindful about the fact that if you bring in people, you know, 10% of them could get into gambling, 1% of them could become addicts, right?
Yes.
But if the contract was sweet, you would have been a Kick streamer by now. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And also,
I see what you're going at, but that's what I'm saying. It's like this kind of sliding scale, right? Where if you're going to be offered, let's say, a bad or even like a decent deal, right, to switch over, it's one of those things where, like, you're not going to pull your pants down and start shitting in public for like $50. But some guy comes up to you, he offers you $500,000, and you might say, you know what, I'd consider it. Because at that point, it's an offer that just can't be refused. Does that make sense?
See, but now you're actually, you know, you're actually fucking bolstering my point though. Like with the virtue signaling, you're basically saying, like, I believe everything I just said, but I also have a price, you know? Like I could be bought. Like if you are to give me enough money, I'll drop down my pants and I'll just take a shit on the streets. You get what I'm trying to say? Like I agree with you. Don't get me wrong. I do think that like gambling is fucking degenerate. Like I dislike gambling. I wouldn't take a gambling sponsor. I wouldn't do anything with gambling, whatever, right? But at the same time, if we're gonna sit here and say, you know, like Kick.
Well, listen, okay, but I'll give you, I guess, like another example, right?
Wait, can I ask you one question before you give an example?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna ask you one question. Hold your thought. If Kick offered you a $3 million deal, non-exclusive, you only had to stream on here 3 days a week, $3 million a year, or $3 million for 2 years, would you take it? Non-exclusivity. Okay, that's all I had to ask.
Yep. So that's why it's just one of those things where, like, for the example, right? Let's say Raid comes up to you and they sit there and they're like, okay, we're gonna offer you 15 grand, right? And you're gonna do like a Raid sponsor. sure, there are some viewers that if you do that raid sponsor, they might get addicted to raid, and like maybe 1 or 2 might actually sit there, and it might become somewhat harmful to their lives. But it's almost like there's this kind of sliding scale where 15 grand is a fuck ton at the end of the day. And there is like a cost of living where everything becomes, I guess, like, but it's like I could survive, right? And I could do well with what I'm currently making. And then if you factor in sponsors, it's just like added money. But then you have to realize that streaming isn't forever, right? And there might come a time one day where you can't stream anymore for whatever reason. And, you know, it's one of those things where I have, I guess, morals when it comes to streaming, but there is that one area where it's like I might consider kind of easing up on them, depending, right?
Okay, that's fair. No, at least as long as you acknowledge it, it's fair. I was just trying to point out, because when you were talking about the ads, I'm not running ads to low tier god. I was like, oh, okay, this is somebody that's not willing to.
Yeah, but hold on. It's one of those things where there's a difference between taking money from a big company and taking money from a viewer, right? Like, I can honestly say I've never done a sub goal, never done a dono goal, nothing. Because I've always said that it's not on my viewer to pay me. It never is. And ads are a part of the viewer paying because they're giving up on the viewer experience for that, right? But if a company is willing to offer you a fuck ton of money, that's different because fuck them, they're a company, right? It's like you're taking away from like the individual.
Yeah, sure, I understand where you're coming from, but if this company that's offering you a lot of money, according to you, is a company that could put your viewers or like a percentage of them at risk of becoming gambling addicts, you're still harming the viewer at the end of the day. You might not be taking money directly out of their pockets, but you may be leading them down a path where, you know, they're exposed to bad.
I understand, and that's one of the reasons where, again, I do my best to minimize it, right? Like, I would never take the gambling sponsor, right? Even if it was like a higher figure for it, and I would never like encourage any kind of that stuff. But if it's something that happens by proxy, it's almost like there's a certain amount where you kind of have to weigh how much you could make, and then also like how much you could warn your audience against it, versus what is like realistic. You know what I mean? It's just like this weighted scale where when does it become worth it? When does it become not worth it? What can you do to minimize it? All those kinds of things.
I think that so you said one thing that stood out to me. So you said we can't stream forever, right?
Yep.
So would you want to go back? And I'm going to ask you this, and I'm still going to talk. I said, would you want to go back to being a regular guy after you're done streaming without setting yourself up? Because the whole point is to be able to go off the grid without having to worry about shit, Jim Carrey style, where I made so much money, if I don't want to stream for 5 days, I'm out of here. So when you say there's going to be a chance that, you know, we don't stream anymore, wouldn't you want to maximize your time and your revenue? We're still human beings. Like, we still want to, when this shit is all over, we still want to walk away like, you know what, I succeeded at something. I made this X amount of money. Now I can sustain myself on this type of level. And I'm not going to be like, fuck, like I just wasted a decade of my fucking life. That's what I'm saying for you. I feel like you have a very kind fucking heart. You have a lot of morality. I get that from you. You have a lot of morality, and I honestly feel like you're selling yourself short, bro. Well, I mean, to get 5 to 7K and run 0 ads for people who legitimately fuck with you that probably don't mind watching your ads, it's basically like just walking into a movie late. When you run ads, you walk into a movie late. I missed about 5 seconds, but fuck, I'm still here. Did you ever walk out of a movie that you were 10 minutes late to, or did you continue watching the movie?
I understand where you're getting at. Like,
yeah, but the question though, have you ever walked into a movie late and finished the movie?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, yeah. So that it's just one of those things where streaming for me, right? I remember streaming at 0 viewers. Okay. And I remember sitting there. Yeah, like all of us, right? All of us we're started at 0 viewers. And I remember streaming for like 200 hours a month, making nothing from it, right? Every day going to my mom, telling her, Mom, I had 3 people watching me today, you know? And it's just one of those things where when I got bigger and bigger and bigger, I never wanted to forget the base level that I was, where it was that one individual viewer watching me, you know? Because at the end of the day, sure, I might have 5 to 7K, or 5 to 7K viewers, but it's like 5 to 7,000 of those one viewers, you know? Like, it's not just a block number of 5 to 7K. It's like, no, like, it's each one individual person watching you. And if they start having a bad experience just because I want to sit there and make a few thousand more every month, then that's not something that I would do. Just
stuff, but it has to be a photo ID with your face and your date of birth on it. And
okay,
actual
what is it?
I null sector and they're rounding up Omnics. They need our help.
So much to teach them. We can stop null sector. Maybe we can save the city.
Coming through!
So we fly up there, smash through anything that gets in our way, and function on the business.
I hate to interrupt the moment, but I'm picking up reports of more attacks in other cities.
It's a fight they want. I say let's give it to them.
Engage. Target marked.
Time to create peace with bullets. Greetings.
Oh, yeah!
The world is counting on us.
Linux still has this weird reputation of requiring the command line to do a lot of things. And this is factually wrong. Whether you use GNOME or KDE or another desktop environment, you have everything you need graphically. At least if you're a regular user and everything goes smoothly. But as long as you start going into system administration, advanced configuration or debugging, you start to notice that maybe you do need the command line after all. So today we're going to look into the graphical gap between Windows and Linux, what we're still missing, what you need a third-party tool to do, and what we could do better than Windows. And the first thing Windows users might be used to is the device manager. This thing basically lets you see all the components on your PC and the devices plugged into it. It lets you check for drivers, fix various problems, set some options, and view some logs related to your devices. And it's generally a very useful tool to identify a problem with any of your hardware, which is very handy on Windows because, you know, it's Windows. On Linux, this thing has no equivalent. We do have a third-party app called Hard Info, but it just lets you view the peripherals and devices and get some details. But it's not an actionable application. There's no disabling a device, no options, no logs. In KDE, you have the same thing with the Info Center provided as part of your desktop. But you can also just view devices. You don't have access to any configuration or action, and the output is not formatted in a very legible way. And that's a shame, because there is a lot of stuff that we could do to make it easier for users to identify a hardware issue, which would also make the life of people answering their questions in forums a lot easier. Now first, you could link that tool with driver support. Right-click on your NVIDIA GPU, select drivers, and launch the install of the best driver possible for that GPU. You could also have access to various logs to show if the device was detected properly, if the driver has been loaded. You could access a few options. For example, for an AMD GPU, I personally had to figure out that I needed to put my Radeon RX 6650 XT in 3D full screen mode instead of the low power mode that it defaulted to. I had to look online for hours to find how to do it. Having a graphical setting immediately visible in a device manager would have made this a lot easier. I had to look for the solution, find it, edit the config file manually, create a script to automate that setting at each reboot, and then launch that script creating a systemd service. Not exactly user-friendly for something that you should be able to configure in one click in a graphical interface. It could also help tailor Bluetooth settings for specific peripherals, like disabling suspend for a keyboard, or
Excuse me, miss?
Yes.
Hey, I think you're so beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
I would honestly try not to leave you on red, to be honest.
What was that?
I would try not to leave you on red.
Oh.
Like,
Thank you.
gotta be honest with you. What's your name?
I'm Michelle.
Michelle, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Can I take you on a date sometime? I was just wondering.
I have a boyfriend, unfortunately.
He can make us breakfast in the morning.
He can what?
Make us breakfast.
He can make his breakfast in the morning.
We covered this dude.
Of course. One of my favorites. Confidence Chris.
Yeah, we covered this dude already.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's cool. Like when that ends, you know, can I be like next in line maybe?
Hopefully there isn't a next in line.
That's me. Can you take down my number? Because you just like...
My man said, can I be next? Can I have a turn, please? Can I have a turn? Ma'am, when you're done with him or when he's done with you, can I have a little bit, please? Please? Please, can I have a turn? Take my number and call me maybe.
Hey, what's up, shawty?
Get the
something about this I appreciate. I don't know why.
It's Courage Chris. That's it. Get the fuck out of here.
What's up, shawty?
Hey, what's up, shawty? Let me get your number real quick.
No.
Ah, no?
No.
Ah, damn. Ah, my apologies.
It's okay.
No.
Good night.
You know, very pretty girl to me. So
Good night.
I gotta shoot, man. I gotta shoot.
It went from confident Chris to Chris to stupid Chris. The beating you could have got, shit, my guy. In HD, holding that camera, having the punch getting to you. Jesus fucking Christ.
I thought you were doing a TikTok. I was about to come and join.
I'm talking to my mom's on FaceTime.
That's your dad.
That's my mom. That's my mom.
I was about to come and join.
I'm talking to my mom's on FaceTime.
That's your dad.
That's my mom.
She's pretty as hell. Like, you're pretty as hell. I was just, my friends were...
Jesus in me.
What's wrong?
I have a hard time watching this.
What? You can't watch some cringe?
No. I have a hard time watching.
I don't know what it is. I love seeing people bomb. That's my thing.
Okay, cool.
Everything, we should chill sometime, I think. You know what that means?
No, what is it?
We should chill, like we should hang out.
That's a church.
No, we hang out together. Yeah.
What is your name?
Huh?
What is your name?
Well, I mean, like we should hang out.
What is your name?
Yeah, I'm Chris. Nice to meet you. Yeah, Chris.
Aria, nice to meet you.
Aria, where are you from? I'm Chris.
You can come to join our Sunday service at church, and we can have.
That shit backfired.
He said, "Oh, they were blinding me. Yeah. Come to church with us."
That's
Chris. What do you know about Christ, huh?
Do I have to be a good boy to do that, or?
No, everybody.
Hey man, she really about Jesus. I don't know if she really about it or if this is a funny way to reject it, but I like this. Yeah. You want to go out? Yeah, you should come to church sometime.
If it's a way to reject him,
and just send him to a random church you never going to.
If it's a way to reject him, I kind of like that one. Yeah, come to our church.
Yeah.
Hey, could I just be honest with you?
Huh?
Could I just be honest with you?
What?
Well, I always wanted to date a girl like you, but I haven't had the time to. I've just been busy and working on myself and stuff like that. So.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah.
That nigga's a troll. We said this last time. He's a troll.
Hey, ma'am. A bit random, but can I get your number? My gosh.
I'm like 55 years old.
I'm 55 years old. You look like that, my girl? I mean, can I get your number? You
like 55 years old.
Get your number? My gosh.
I'm like 55 years
old. My girl?
With those
and
yo,
Yo!
That's you at 55. Let me play that video, man.
If that's your only issue, that's your 55, there's no issues, my girl. What the fuck you mean?
I know she got a BBL, but that ass is crazy.
Yo!
That ass, that is not real.
Yo!
That is crazy.
Or she been maintaining all that stuff.
There's no way at 55 you got ass like that on a white girl. That shit is pristine. At 55?
Yeah. She like,
nigga. That ain't light. That's a BBL. That's got to be a BBL.
Well, she got good genes and fitness, but
hey, shout out to it's not even this all. She still did a lot to work. Cause that's you at 55, ma'am. You look at least 12, 15 years younger.
That's not an argument.
What?
I'm 55.
So? When you look like that, it don't matter.
That's not an argument.
Oh, you 55? Perfect. You can't get pregnant.
That's exactly what I was about to say. Yeah, I'm 55.
I'm about to give you 55 reasons to get this dick. Let's go, ma.
I like him older. You know, maybe you could teach me a thing or two. That would be great. What do you think about that?
I think you're too young. You're as old as my son. Younger than my son.
Yeah? But you don't think I'm like cute or?
Yeah, you're cute.
Hey!
Excuse me, miss? Hey, I know the gym isn't the place to, meet somebody, but we could just tell our parents we met on Tinder or something.
Sorry?
I know this isn't the place to like meet somebody, like the gym, but we could just tell our parents we met on Tinder.
I don't understand what you mean.
Like,
it's not a place to meet someone, but what?
But we could just tell our parents we met on Tinder.
Tinder?
Yeah, Tinder's like a dating app.
Okay.
Yeah, so can I take down your number?
I'm not trying to date anybody.
I'm not trying to date you too. We could just go wash our cars or something like that.
What do you mean?
Like wash our cars. It's also a workout.
Wash cars?
Wash our cars, yeah. No. Are you interested or no?
No.
Oh, okay. You have a good one.
Bro, this is so cringe. This is so cringe. This is so cringe. The attendance, but this is cringe.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
So
There's
I'm
lots of good guys out there.
No, not a good guy. A cute guy. Sorry.
Okay.
Because good guys always lose, you know.
No, that's not true.
No, I think that's true.
The guy I'm dating is a good guy, and I really love that about him.
Is he a simp or
a simp?
A simp.
What is that?
She said, what does that mean? She said, that's when you know you're not terminally online. You live in the real world. You don't know about a lot of these cringe words that everybody uses online. Like the whole simp thing, like using that in reality is just cringe to me. Like he's a simp. Like, come on, bro.
I think you're like real fine to me.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. What's your name? I just
Alexis.
had to meet you. You're real beautiful to me.
Thank you.
What are you up to? My car is like on red, but.
Oh, you're good. I'm just chilling. I'm just walking my dog.
What's his name?
Going home. Her name's Allie.
That pill.
It's the bags.
Bags?
Like to pick up.
Oh, like to pick up the.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. A girl like you, like, likes to go to like Malibu in the day. You know, probably Santa Monica at night, and then we could ride like probably the Ferris wheel or something. And you know, or what do you like to do?
I like to do everything. I like to go to Malibu for the beach though, for sure. I keep walking her, but it was nice to meet you.
Can I take down your number?
I can give you my Instagram. You got it.
See, to me, it's like
Instagram means she's not interested.
Yeah, we got that.
But some of these women are definitely into him. They're just in relationship. Y'all support our single kings out here doing the work. You're not a fan of Confidence Chris?
No.
You don't support him just casually, not insistingly having conversation with women?
Chris. Yeah. And sometimes dumb Chris.
Seems like you think this kind of thing is not good.
I think it's cringe.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You don't think insisting with women is bad?
Depends of the context.
Or it depends on whether or not he's insisting.
Yeah.
Right. And you feel like this guy, the way he's insisting is acceptable?
I mean, he's trolling, so it's the context of it. I'm not saying like it's inherently bad. It's there's a context to it. The context is very important, right? When you understand and you see what he does, that's what I get. He's a huge troll. Right. He's just trolling, doing that for use. That's my take. You might not think that. That's on you, but that's what I think he does. So,
the part about this that I think is the most weird is that this motherfucker got spy glasses and he's filming people and putting them on TikTok. That's what I think is weird. To me. It's like people just going about their business and you run up on them and just turn them into like your content. Like, I don't know. To me, that's a bit strange. Especially if they're just out about their day.
All right. Well, what do you guys think about Confidence Chris? Do you think he's a decent thing, a bad? Do you think he's causing women to be uncomfortable? What do you guys think about this kind of guy? And guys, what do you think? You go, like, yo, man, he's shooting this shot, or do you think like, nah, he's doing too much? Like he just got to walk away when she says, I ain't interested.
Hold on to your accessories. This could get bumpy. Turbo boost.